The Transportation Commission meeting for April 14th, 2021 to order. Joe, if you'd please read the instructions.
Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. All panelists, that is, alders, commission members, and staff have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. Please continue to use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the body, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Joe. Patrick, would you call the roll, please?
Nasra Wahalia.
Here.
Grant Foster.
Here.
Chris McCahill.
Here.
Ann Kovich.
Here.
Denise Jess.
Here.
Bill Bremer.
Here.
Bridget Brown.
Here.
Harold Kleems.
Here.
And Ken will be joining us later.
Thank you, Patrick. Did everybody have a chance to look at the minutes from March 10th and March 24th? If so, is somebody willing to make a motion? Harold?
I move approval of minutes as submitted.
And Bill?
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing no hands, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote in favor of approving both sets of minutes unless anybody disagrees. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing no raised hands, we'll move on to public comment. Patrick, do we have any public comment on items not on the agenda?
There weren't any as of a couple of minutes ago. So I'll say no.
Joe, you don't see anything? Nope. Okay. All right. How about disclosures and recusals this evening? Bill?
If there is a vote on item 14, I will be abstaining.
Okay. So you're disclosing that you're somehow connected to the TOPS lab, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I believe it's intended to just be informational only tonight. So we can certainly note your disclosure. And which I suppose is always possible, that you would recuse yourself. Thank you. Any other disclosures or recusals? Okay, seeing none. Item number 2. So, this looks familiar, I'm sure, to everybody because we took this item up on March 10th, and we voted unanimously to place the resolution on file. Sabrina, I asked her to draft a memo explaining why the item was back before the TC. At the Finance Committee, it was noted TC didn't discuss or consider possible alternatives or changes to the proposal, and that if there were any changes to the lease agreement, it would be TC approval would be required. So they asked the council to re-refer it to the Transportation Commission, and the council did that on the 30th. So it is back before us today. Sabrina, did you have any other brief opening comments before we discuss it again?
No, I think that summarizes it fairly well. I think the discussion related to re-referring and looking at maybe alternatives arose from the public testimony, and that's outlined In that memo, Vic Villacrez from Hovde registered and spoke at the Finance Commission and requested consideration of potentially, different terms that might be acceptable if the existing terms as included in the resolution were not acceptable to the city. I think he had noted specifically a possible change to, rather than waive the permit minimums, to reduce that to 10 permits rather than the standard 40 that's in the agreement, and potentially shortening up the time frame that addendum would be in place. And he had suggested at that time January to October rather than November of last year through October of this year. So that was essentially the rationale for their re-referral back to this body.
Thank you. Patrick, do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
We have Randy Gunther in support and wishes to speak.
Go ahead, Randy.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate you allowing me to talk. My name is Randy Gunther. I'm the president at Hovde. And I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to revisit the amendment. We had previously discussed this, or had been brought up before, and Vic had talked. I think we expressed, the dramatic decrease, in the usage, which we've seen on the parking ramp during COVID, decreasing workers coming down to their offices. But the other impact, which really wasn't brought up, was part of that impact too. That reduction in usage was also due to some of the changes that the city adopted to parking rates and things of that nature, which I'll just touch on. But at this point, we're asking you to consider, accepting an amendment with a modification to reduce the minimum down to 10 and to shorten the time frame of the reduction to only January through October of 2021. I want to make a few comments for your consideration. One, I just wanted to make sure that it was clear, again, that Hovde does not make any money on this contract. It never has. It's a pass-through. And the intent back in 2013 when this was done was it was to be a mutually beneficial arrangement for the city and for Hovde. The city's benefit was clearly to get more parking revenue on unused parking spaces in the Overture Center ramp, which created revenue for the parking authority. Our benefit was to be able to provide a consistent parking, spot that could be identified for our office customers at a preset rate, which they prefer for simplicity and predictability. So it was intended to be, mutually beneficial. Again, we simply passed the money collected to the parking authority, which in 2018-19 alone totaled over $300,000 directly to the city. It was stated in the last Transportation Committee meeting when this was brought up that Hovde was benefiting from the agreement for not having to build parking. I just wanted to comment that the agreement was put in place in 2013, was not connected to any new development project. As you're aware, many other developers, have received tens of millions of dollars in TIF assistance for parking. However, this agreement wasn't part of any new build. This was, again, to be a mutually, beneficial arrangement, but not to supplement parking for a new development project. So I just wanted to make that clear because I did hear that comment at the last meeting. Next, Hovde was put at a disadvantage, in our opinion, under the contract due to the changes in parking rates and conditions enacted by the city over the last year, in which Hovde had no say or control. Hovde's contract requires that we charge $165 a month or $8.25 per effective business day. And our parkers must sign contracts obligating to pay for this whether they park or not each month. From June 2020 to December 2020, changes by the city of Madison made on-street parking effectively free, and the parking ramp was capped at... Oh, am I running out of time?
Yes. Are you just about done?
I can wrap it up. I mean,
okay.
Basically, in without getting into tremendous detail, the parking changes where the rates were reduced or on-street parking went to nothing really impacted people's willingness to sign contracts in the ramp. We couldn't control that. They're paying less to just park daily, due to those changes, and on-street parking was free. Now it's come up, but it's still a slow process. So we're asking you to consider this amended change to provide time for that to return more to normal now that we're just starting to come up to competitive rates again. And so we're asking for your consideration. And I guess I'll leave it at that, but I'm happy to answer questions as well.
I would ask you to just restate what your request is for the amended change, if you could, Randy.
You bet. What we're asking for is simply to reduce the minimum amount of parking stalls from 40 to 10, and to have that minimum change to 10 just for the period from January 2021 to October of 2021. So what that's really doing is allowing the flexibility due to low parking counts for us to get back up to that 40 by October. If it goes above that 10, all that money goes to the city. We don't get any of it. We're not making any money. So if it accelerates faster and people come back faster, terrific. That's great. The money's just being passed through to the city. So that's the request. 40 to 10 for a period of January to October of 2021.
Okay, thank you for restating that. I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page with your ask. Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. And thanks, Randy, for coming back to explain some stuff. So you said it's basically a pass-through. Can you just speak to that? What I'm interpreting that to mean is folks are still purchasing, I guess, monthly passes, and they're paying the full rate that's described in the lease, and they're just doing that through you.
Yes, that's right. We arranged to get them on the parking lease. They pay $165. We turn around and pay that same $165 to the city. We're not allowed to mark it up. We're not allowed to take any fees. So when I say pass through, it truly is a pass through.
Okay, thanks.
We're just arranging it.
Yeah,
you bet.
That's it. Thanks.
Okay, Bridget, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just wondering if it is appropriate at this time to ask Sabrina to comment on the fiscal implications for the city of the proposal.
Sure. Sabrina, if you could address that, please.
Yeah, so, this proposal would have less financial implications with that 10 minimum versus a waiver from what was currently proposed. I'm just taking a look at the fiscal note. I believe it was around if it was waived to 0 and they purchased no permits. I believe the impact, just off the top of my head, was around 75,000.
That's what I have. That's what I have in my notes too, Sabrina.
Okay, that would have been lost revenue.
Yeah.
There is still some usage currently, so depending on what those minimums would be, whether if it's 10, that loss would not be as significant as the maximum, which would be 75,000 from the period of October to October, essentially. So I don't have the math in front of me, but it would be less than.
Probably fairly significantly less, wouldn't it, Sabrina? Because it's a shorter time frame and fewer.
That's correct.
Fewer spaces, correct? It was about $6,300 a month with the up to 40 and for the full year. So other comments from people.
Oh, I was just going to say, quick math on that, it would be about 45,000 could be the max sort of lost revenue
Okay.
versus the 75.
Okay, great. Thank you. Harold, go ahead.
I was going to make a motion to place this on file.
Okay, there's a motion to place on file. Is there a second to that motion? Grant, is that a second? Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Harold, did you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, sure. I appreciate the testimony and learning some more of those details and the willingness to like rethink, like, you know, maybe we only want to have 10 spots rather than 40. But I think for me, the overall picture that has informed our decision to place this on file at the last meeting hasn't really changed. I mean, we all know too well that the pandemic has wreaked havoc on all of us, on all kinds of entities, individuals, businesses, and very much so the parking utility. And so I think from my perspective, you know, we as the Transportation Commission have to be very mindful of the revenue impacts to the parking utility, which already has been impacted very much. And so, I mean, sure, we could say, yeah, if we do 10 spots, that's less impact than the whole 40. But I mean, if it then becomes like, oh, it's such a little loss for the parking utility, then why do it to begin with? So I guess, yeah, to me, it was good to hear some of these additional facts and maybe have a better understanding. But to me, the situation has not really changed compared to what we talked about last meeting. Thank you.
Okay, Grant, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, certainly have sympathy for the, you know, having a contract with minimums and you're not able to sort of use those. But I mean, that was essentially the point of the contract, and it's a multi-year contract. And we, you know, if the parking utility on the flip side could have had tremendous demand and wanted to, you know, could make more money by selling them to somebody else, we couldn't get out of that. We had a contract with them that we guarantee that they would have those minimum spaces. So that, you know, that contract, really the value to both parties is the security of those terms. And, you know, the idea of having parking minimums, but then not enforcing them if they really don't need them or want them is just kind of counterintuitive to the contract itself. And, you know, I just, it's essentially a giveaway of, you know, $75,000 if we approve the amendment, or even in this modified version, I mean, it's $47,000. So it's just essentially money that would not go to the parking utility and that would, you know, stay in the hands of Hovde. So I don't, you know, yeah, sympathy for sure, but I don't think it's the right move fiscally to make changes to the contract that was entered into knowingly by both parties.
Thanks, Grant. Any further comments or questions? Bill, go ahead.
I'll be voting no to the placing on file. I think Hovde has been a good partner, and I think what happened in the past year was totally out of their control. Obviously, and I think yes, the city is being harmed and is going to take a loss. But on the other hand, there is some federal funds coming to the city, not necessarily directly to the parking commission, but at least to the city. So, and parking is part of the city. You know, Metro is being helped tremendously. So I just want to keep Hovde, and when it's time for the contract renewal, when the total contract is up. So I think that they've done a good job of taking another look at it and come back with what I guess is a reasonable alternative. So that's why I'll be voting no.
Okay, thanks, Bill.
And for what it's worth, there was another registrant.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But
we got so wrapped up in what I'm talking with Randy.
Did not wish to speak, but was in support and is available for questions. But that was Victor Villacrez, who we heard from at the last meeting.
Okay, sorry. I should have asked you that question before we moved along, but we got so involved in talking with Randy that we just sort of moved on with the conversation. Okay, any further comments? Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. I think this does change my perspective a little bit too. I agree with the intent of the lease, but I think what it didn't account for is that the entire market for parking would collapse, and that the city would still would have the ability to adjust its own rates, and Hovde wouldn't. So I think I do appreciate that that we've been presented with an alternative that kind of meets the city halfway. So that's where I'm leaning right now.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Harald, go ahead.
Yeah, then I have a question for Sabrina. I mean, was there a request to have some flexibility in the rate structure in that contract? I'm just a little bit wondering. I mean, this argument wasn't made previously. And so, I mean, was there an effort to work on that end during the pandemic? Because, yeah, I mean, it makes some sense. But on the other hand, it seems like a bit of post hoc reasoning there.
No, I think, so this request came in, essentially, I guess it's sort of the simplest method in terms of looking at rate structure, and we've not adjusted monthly parking rates for others, although we've, I think, suspended and lost a vast majority of many of those parkers over the past year. And potentially for similar reasons, there may have been some that found they weren't parking as frequently, or maybe only coming down a couple times a week instead of every day, and with the reduced rates, less expensive for them to pay the daily rate than to continue with their monthly permit. But no, we did not have discussions specifically about trying to adjust the rate structure with the lease.
Thank you.
Chris, go ahead.
Okay, I guess I have a follow-up for Sabrina then, which is how many similar types of lease agreements like this are there? I guess that would be the one thing holding you back now, is that this could sort of open a floodgate.
I believe we have, I think offhand, we have 5 or 6 long-term lease agreements in place.
Of similar magnitude in terms of the number of spaces that under each of those?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. That's giving me pause then. I think, yeah, I may support the decision to place this on file again.
Precedent setting is what you're concerned about, Chris. Mm-hmm. Other comments? Okay. Bill already indicated that he would likely be voting no. So Patrick, why don't we just go ahead and do a roll call vote?
Nasra?
In support of putting on file, yes.
Yes, the motion before us is to place the resolution on file.
Yes.
Okay. Matt Foster?
Aye.
Chris McCahill?
Aye.
Denise Jess?
Aye.
Bill Bremer?
No.
Bridget Brown?
No.
Harold Clemes?
Aye.
Okay. 5 ayes.
Okay, so the motion is carried because 5 ayes is what's required with 8 voting members present. So The motion to place it on file is passed. Okay, and Randy, thank you for coming and talking with us about that. Okay. Item 3 is related to proposed amendment to the capital budget to transfer some money for the Monona Terrace John Nolan Drive lighting study project. This is a routine item that would have been recommended for the consent agenda, except this was the only item that we had for the consent agenda, so it just ended up on the regular agenda. So I guess I would ask if anybody has any questions regarding the item, and that we treat it rather like a consent agenda item in case. Grant, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually just did have a question on the wayfinding signage program. So this would be, as I'm understanding it, this would transfer some unused money from that account to pay for the lighting project with the Nolan Terrace project. What was the initial purpose for that wayfinding signage project? And specifically, was that in any way related to the bicycle wayfinding project that's sort of, I remember from back in the day, and I don't think has ever quite happened yet, or is this a different wayfinding signage project? Or yeah, I guess some info on that would be helpful.
Yeah, that is a great question. Maybe I'll answer that question for Graham. Yeah, this is a different program than the bike wayfinding program. So this is for replacement of the vehicle wayfinding signs in the city, such as for different locations in the city on some of the arterial streets. So this is a different program than the bike wayfinding program, and that program right now is undergoing and not affected by this transfer.
That's helpful. Thank you. And when you say the other one is ongoing, and is that one funded, or is funding an issue on that one, or is that just
correct? Yeah, that one is funded, I believe we're working on it right now, so we should be able to implement it very soon. And we start with the southwest bike path.
For the clarification.
Thank you.
Okay, Patrick, last I checked, we didn't have anybody who was registered to speak on this item. I assume that's still true?
Correct.
Okay. Any further comments or questions? Bill?
I'll make a motion for approval of the transfer.
Okay, there's a motion by Bill. Is there a second? Harold?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, seeing no hands, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote in favor of approving the item 3 as proposed. If you disagree, please raise your hand. If you choose to vote no, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing no hands, unanimously approved. Okay, we will move on to item number 4, request from the bid to close State Street on weekends over the summer. Patrick, I believe we have a number of people registered on this one.
Yes.
Okay, so what we would do is what we normally would do, and that's have a brief staff presentation from Yang and Justin with regard to the item. And then we will hear from the members of the public. The mayor has also joined us, and I believe she has some comments to make, and she would like to do that after we have heard from the members of the public, and then we'll certainly get into discussion on the item. So, Yang, if you want to go first.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Anne. Can folks hear me okay?
Yes.
There's some feedback. Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, this item is regarding street occupancy permit application from a central business improvement district regarding potentially closing State Street or parts of State Street through the street eatery program. So this involves, so the application asks for 100 to 600 block State Street closure on weekends from 6 a.m. Saturday to midnight on Sunday. So this will be from May 1st to mid-August. We understand, this is very important to the struggling businesses on State Street. But also we heard concerns from many different folks on issues such as interaction between pedestrians, bicyclists, but particularly transit. So yeah, as I mentioned that we want to bring this to the commission, asking for guidance as it has quite a big impact. And we want people's voice get heard. So that's why we're bringing this item before the commission today. But I think before we asking for hearing from the public and ask for guidance, I would like to turn over to my colleague Justin to talk about some impacts on Metro.
Sure. Thanks, Yang, and good evening, everyone. So I wanted to just articulate Metro's position on this proposal. I did prepare a letter and sent that in for those who have a chance to read it, but I'll just briefly summarize that letter. Essentially, Metro is strongly opposed to a closure of the 100 to 300 blocks. There's a couple reasons for that. One, those are the blocks in which most or many Metro bus routes use, and closing that section would add travel time for our passengers, plus increase their walk time, and add some running time to the bus. While it doesn't seem significant, it would be about 2 to 3 minutes for each of those routes. There's a large number of routes that would be impacted. And the way that our system operates, it uses a lot of time transfers at our transfer points. And so those are really dependent on the buses making it there on time. And when they don't, it has pretty dramatic impacts for people, including, especially on weekends, like this is proposed to be, when bus routes run every once an hour, it could potentially strand people at the transfer points for nearly an hour. If a bus misses that transfer. So those 100 to 300 block section is impactful to more than just the people getting on the bus or off the bus on State Street. It really has a potential to impact the entire network. It also, this proposal is being pitched as a pilot for what could eventually be a permanent condition. For that 100 to 300 block section, in my view, we really can't make that a permanent condition. And so there's not much reason to do a pilot there. If we did make it a permanent condition, I would guess that it would be after this pilot's over and after much deliberation by this body and by council. And that decision likely would not be reached for at least a year, if not more. The problem is that the BRT is already approved to run on that section. And if that section is deemed to be not worthy or not able to run BRT, it essentially will reset the clock on our BRT project, and we'll have to restart our environmental process for that. So that would likely delay our BRT project by years, which would be hugely impactful. And so for all those reasons, we do feel strongly that the 100 to 300 blocks should not be closed even on weekends this summer. There's a couple, I think, points that have been brought up by others at different times that I just want to kind of address. One is that we did close State Street for weekends last year. And Metro kind of agreed to not oppose that last year because our service levels were so low and our ridership levels were so low. For as bad as things are now in terms of service and ridership, last summer they were dramatically worse. And right now we're running service levels about 70% higher than we were last summer. And ridership is over 5 times what it was last summer. So for those reasons, I don't think it's an appropriate parallel to use last year as a proxy for this year. And then the other thing that's frequently brought up is regarding the farmers market and the downtown square and the fact that we do deviate to the outer loop during the farmers market. And that's true, but we're able to do that deviation without that running time increase. There certainly is an impact to walk times and things for our riders, but just the act of going to that outer loop doesn't actually increase our travel time. And so in that way, it doesn't affect the overall system in the way that the State Street would, the 100 to 300 block State Street would. And so in many ways, that at least the 200 and 300 blocks of State Street become even more important on those days, on farmers markets days. And so that's why partially it's extremely rare that both the square and State Street are closed at the same time. All that said, the 400 to 600 blocks are a very different scenario. If we were to deviate from the 400 to 600 blocks, that doesn't actually add running time for the buses. We can use Gorham and Johnson to get around to Park Street in about the same amount of travel time, at least on the weekends. And so that's not a major impact to us operationally and does not and would not kind of ripple effects throughout the system. There would be certainly some increase in walk time for those who are directly impacted by those who would board or get off the bus at those stops. We don't have great data for that, but a general approximation is that we think it would add between 2 and 4 minutes of walk time for some of the riders that would be impacted. And the number of riders impacted is most likely going to be less than 150. It's unlikely that it would be any more than that. But again, it would not impact the overall system. And so for that reason, I won't say that we support, but we're neutral on the question of the 400 and 600 blocks, just because it doesn't have that wide-ranging impact for us. So, yeah, and that's all I've got. But thank you for giving me the chance to discuss our point.
Okay, well, we use the staff presentations to sort of level set everybody so that the people who are giving their public comments can have heard from staff before they make those comments. So we'll go to the public comments at this point, and then we'll hear from the mayor. I also see Alder Revere is on as well. So certainly later on, if Mike, if you have any comments, we could certainly hear from you as we go into discussion as well. So Patrick, who do we have?
The first is Tom Wilson, opposes and wishes to speak.
Hey, Tom, go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. So I serve on the city's Transportation Policy and Planning Board and also the Traffic Calming Subcommittee, but I'm here tonight just to give you my own opinion. If you're not a person who relies on transit to get to and from work or wherever you're going, this might sound like a good plan at first take, and it makes for a really eye-catching headline. But there are some serious issues that surface once you dig a little bit deeper, especially when you recognize this is not meant to be this is meant to be a trial with the ultimate goal of making it more permanent. The first major issue is BRT. In September of 2019, the city discussed a couple of alternatives that avoided State Street using the Broome-Henry and Wilson-Doty corridors. Major issues with those alternatives and the reason they were discarded were that it added significant time, making the route less rapid. It reduced ridership, being too far from the northern side of the square. There were serious challenges with wayfinding with the how circuitous the route was, or the routes were. It would have resulted in the loss of over 100 parking spots on the Broome-Henry, Wilson-Doty streets. And there were serious challenges with integrating with the local routes. In March 2020, when we ultimately at the TPBB approved the downtown locally preferred alternative, the Central Business Improvement District in their statement mentioned that we look forward to working together to create a downtown route and transit system that, among other things, runs on routes and schedules that benefit everyone, has well-marked, easy to use and find stations, eliminates or greatly reduces rerouting, and is welcoming and accessible for all. And I really don't see this plan as being in line with their own stated values when they made their comments on BRT routing. The second is this feels a lot like part of a long-running effort to get certain types of people off of State Street, leveraging perhaps some negative stereotypes of transit users and transit stop users to put transit out of sight and out of mind. And I really think that is in opposition to the values set in the mayor's Metro Forward initiative, which really prioritizes putting Metro and transit front and center, making it a very visible part of our city. The third reason is this is being kind of sold as a good thing for biking. It's really not. The width of State Street there is about 20 feet, which is less space than the combined sidewalks currently have. Imagine trying to ride down the sidewalks at any time, much less a busy day now. There are simply too many pedestrians per hour to support multi-use in this space. If we consider transit and biking as legitimate modes of transportation, and we should, this proposal is at the expense of those users and those modes of transportation. I really believe that people have a right to good, effective transportation. I really think that this proposal stands in the way of that. I do have empathy for the position of businesses, and it's fair to look for ways to give them a hand, but this really isn't it.
Are you just about finished, Tom?
Just about 10 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
The list of streets with narrower sidewalks that we could reduce parking on and travel lanes as a way to better activate local businesses is long, and State Street is, in my opinion, not at the top of this list. I think about places like Willie Street and Monroe Street. So I would encourage you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions for Tom? Okay, thanks, Tom. Who do we have next, Patrick?
Peggy Gunderson supports and wishes to speak.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you tonight. My name is Peggy Gunderson. I'm president of Strategic Brand Marketing at 30 West Mifflin Street. I also serve as vice chair of Wisconsin's Small Business Regulatory Review Board and the executive board of Downtown Madison, Inc. I'd like to share this letter on behalf of Downtown Madison, Inc., which has been previously submitted to the commission. Downtown Madison, Inc. strongly advocates for the Madison Central Business Improvement District's request to close State Street to traffic on weekends over the summer. Since the onset of COVID-19, the locally owned small businesses downtown and throughout our city are struggling. Revenues and nearly all activity dried up in 2020. This extreme decline in revenue is causing severe economic impacts throughout downtown, resulting in the closing of dozens of downtown businesses and the loss of employment for many in our community. The remaining retail stores, restaurants, event venues, and hotels are barely holding on. The situation downtown and across all main streets in our community is dire. We need to act boldly now to ensure the survival of the remaining businesses and the employment of thousands in our region. The BID's proposal to close State Street over weekends this summer offers a concrete and innovative plan to help the struggling businesses and employees downtown. By allowing expanded outdoor dining, encouraging more street vending, creating areas for outdoor retail, using new spaces for programming, and opening opportunities for more active transportation, the plan creates a COVID-safe space for our community to enjoy downtown while helping ensure our small businesses survive. Encouraging more people to shop, eat, and be through a new and interesting use of public space will truly help downtown's struggling businesses. Over the longer term, closing of State Street this summer will have significant positive impacts on several of DMI's and the city's long-term goals, including retaining, encouraging, and promoting a variety of commercial uses and employment opportunities impacting downtown, and ensuring we are creating an equitable downtown where everyone feels welcome and can fully participate. This project will help ensure many of the current businesses remain afloat, keep downtown attractive to new diverse businesses, and allow for innovative programs like the creation of pop-up shops to succeed. DMI strongly recommends the Transportation Commission support the closing of State Street to traffic on weekends this summer. The closure will help both an important commercial district in our city and the struggling businesses owned and staffed by our friends and neighbors when they need it most, which is now. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you.
Does anyone have any questions for Peggy? Okay, thank you. Who do we have next, Patrick?
Tiffany Kenny supports, wishes to speak.
Go ahead, Tiffany.
All right, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
Excellent. Thank you for having us here tonight. My name is Tiffany Kenny. I serve as the Executive Director for Madison Central Business Improvement District. The proposal you see before you is one that I drafted from notes from 2020. The Madison Central Business Improvement District includes Greater State Street, King Street, and the Capitol Square. The board of Madison Central BID includes retail and restaurant business owners, property owners, and a variety of other downtown stakeholders. I am here to request your support of our ask to relocate buses off of State Street on Saturdays and Sundays this summer. I'm hearing a lot of conversation today about the BRT and about the future of transportation on State Street. And I just wanted to underline that we really would like to try to make a distinction in this conversation for this year. We understand that there's a lot to think about as it relates to transportation on State Street. And so I want to just talk about the economics and how important this idea is for our downtown businesses. We plan to use the space gained to increase dining spaces, to bring our retailers out onto the street, to showcase the great local businesses that we do have, and to create a unique pedestrian and just a general unique experience for our community on State Street. We think this is going to be exciting for people on bikes, people with pets, people with kids, people looking to get out, and people who are looking to support their community. But really, most importantly, we think this can help our downtown businesses. In 2020, as COVID-19 began to take hold and public health called for emergency shutdowns, the city, the mayor, and the Common Council took important action and passed new guidelines and regulations for our outdoor dining spaces. The new expanded Streetery program provided restaurants the opportunity to expand their spaces, maintain safe capacities, and survive this economic crisis. This program found wide support, and it has helped many, many businesses in this community. And we've heard from these businesses around the community and around the square that this program was vital to their success and to their survival. In 2021, the council renewed this program, and restaurants around town are quickly registering their businesses to utilize the outdoor spaces made available to them. The success of the Streetery program has led the city staff and leadership to dig in and investigate other opportunities to allow this program to continue after the pandemic, and perhaps to offer a new Streetail program, one that focuses on brick and mortar businesses with a similar economic opportunity. I am confident we can work with Madison Metro, the police, the fire department, our delivery vehicles, and our bicyclists to make this a good experience for all. Both the current Streetery program and the plans to find ways to keep some of it in place post-pandemic and that new Streetail program are all excellent opportunities for businesses. But due to the additional challenges related to the past unrest, our businesses on State Street did not have an opportunity to participate in any of these. And we need to give them that chance, to give them some hope, to give the community a reason to come back downtown. Very few people want to come downtown right now.
Time's up, Ann.
Oh, thanks, Patrick. Are you just about done, Tiffany? Tiffany?
One sentence.
Okay, go ahead.
Waves of civil unrest, the ease and the boarded up buildings were not friendly and inviting. We're emerging from the pandemic, and we're hopeful that we're not out of the crisis. And we're hopeful, but we're not out of the crisis yet. We need this opportunity to allow our businesses the chance to do more than just survive. And we think that we could thrive with this program called Summer on State. I'll stay around and available for questions. Thank you for the time.
Sure. Does anybody have any questions for Tiffany right now? Otherwise, she'll stay and answer questions later as well. Okay, Patrick, who do we have next?
Dana Long opposes, wishes to speak.
Dana, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dana Long. I've worked in downtown Madison since 2013. Prior to the pandemic, I was getting to work exclusively by bus or by bike. I'm opposed to removing buses from State Street over the weekends this summer. Before bus riders get on the bus, they're pedestrians. Removing buses and bus stops from State Street means forcing more pedestrians onto streets like West Washington, Johnson, Gorham, which are less pedestrian friendly and less safe than State Street. It also means forcing people to wait for the bus in places where the bus stop infrastructure is of a lower quality than it is on State Street. It doesn't actually feel good to stand on Johnson or Gorham and wait for the bus. It feels bad and dangerous. These are the kinds of small decisions that add up to a bus system that feels safe, easy, and pleasant to use, or a system that feels unsafe, uncomfortable, and degrading, and which people will not use. The city is investing millions of dollars in improving public transportation. It makes no sense to simultaneously undermine that effort by giving bus riders the short shrift now. Furthermore, State Street is the most bike-friendly business district in the city currently. However, the request is to put up barricades on State Street that will make it impassable for thousands of people who ride on it. You will force those riders onto streets where they are less comfortable and more likely to have dangerous interactions with cars. I'm sympathetic to the hardship that businesses on State Street are experiencing, but I want to remind business owners and the Transportation Commission that this hardship has nothing to do with buses or bus riders or bike riders. It is a result of a global pandemic that will come to an end. Meanwhile, contrary to what many business owners seem to think, bus riders and bike riders are their customers. I've personally spent hundreds of dollars on State Street over the years, specifically because I get on and off the bus on State. One of my last in-person purchases at a State Street business was actually Little Luxuries, which is right near my bus stop. And so I want business owners to think a little bit before they get busy shoving these stops off their street. I'm not convinced that closing State Street is the silver bullet that's going to solve the financial woes of business owners during this unprecedented time, but I do think it's a sure way to spoil a street that is used by thousands of bus and bike riders every weekend. If we're serious about pedestrian and bike safety, if we're serious about increasing bus ridership, we have to stop allowing private interests to dictate public transportation decisions. I hope that you will vote against this request.
Thank you, Dana. Does anybody have any question for Dana? Okay, thanks. Patrick, who's next?
Dennis Shannon supports, wishes to speak.
Go ahead, Dennis.
Hi, I'm going to go ahead and yield my time. I'm dealing with a toddler here, so I appreciate the opportunity. Oh, can you all hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said about yielding your time. Could you repeat that, please?
I was just going to say I'm going to go ahead and yield my time. I'm dealing with a toddler here. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I'm in favor and in agreement, I think, with some of the positions. But yes, you can skip me. That's fine.
And good luck. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Go ahead. Who's next, Patrick?
Oliver Trousdale opposes, wishes to speak.
Oliver, go ahead.
There is no one by that name in the list.
Okay. Then next is Tessa Echeverria, opposes, wishes to speak.
There is no one by that name in the list.
Okay. Then Victor Villacrez supports, wishes to speak.
Are you there, Victor?
Yeah, I'm here now.
Oh, okay, great. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, my name is Victor Villacrez, and I live at 309 West Johnson Street, right off State Street. Firstly, I wanted to thank the Transportation Commission for your time and for listening. I wear many hats in downtown, but today I'm speaking as a resident and a concerned citizen tonight. I've been involved or doing business on State Street since 1987, and matter of fact, that's longer than Alder Revere has been an alder. So I owned the 20 Business Comedy Club for years, and then Costa's Greek Restaurant for a couple of years after that. Then my businesses went out of business. It was devastating to me and my entire family. So I empathize with my fellow downtown business owners. The ones that have already gone out of business, but the ones that keep coming back downtown, hoping that they will survive the month, the week, and yes, even survive the day. if I can just hold on until spring for warmer weather, the festivals, the farmers markets, I told myself, Vic, you can make it. You just hang in there. Well, that was then, now is now, of course. So what do I see now? To my surprise and joy, I see the same tenacity to survive. That's what I see. I see the same motivation to show up every day for the business owners and slog it out. I thought we had it rough back in the 80s and 90s. Well, back then, the GSSBA, I was involved with that, wanted to increase traffic on the top of State Street. So Jazz at 5 was born, and we rerouted the buses. Our main event every summer, Maxwell Street Days, we moved the buses. Freak Fest, whatever else it was called. Every year, we moved the buses. All the runs, all the other events that occur, we rerouted the buses. So I ask, what is the true intrinsic value of State Street? Well, in my 35 years, it's always been a place of gathering spirits, people laughing, people looking, loving, and happily spending their money in downtown. The Summer on State Street Streetery program is a lifeline. I ask that you please throw it. Throw hope. Because honestly, folks, we are rebuilding in downtown. Buses aren't a real big part of that. We are helping those rebuild their businesses. And guess what? In the process, we have discovered community, all working together to support and bring back the heartbeat of Madison State Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Does anybody have any questions for him? Okay, who do we have next, Patrick?
Morgan Ramaker supports and wishes to speak.
Morgan, go ahead.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Morgan Raymaker. I am a resident of Madison's Near East Side, and I also chair Downtown Madison Inc.'s Transportation Committee, and I'm the executive director of B-Cycle LLC. I strongly support the bid's request to close State Street to traffic during the weekends this summer as a critical effort to activate our downtown and its struggling local businesses. Active transportation, and particularly bikes, are critical to reactivating our downtown. People need to feel safe, and that can mean a lot of different things, but bikes do provide a socially distanced, safe transportation option that isn't a single occupancy vehicle. Further, when people feel safe riding a bike, they ride more often. We actually saw an accidental case study, if you will, pop up in Las Vegas last year. In the bike share program in Vegas, their ridership grew by nearly 130%, and that was driven in large part by a huge spike in ridership in May after the famous Las Vegas Strip was closed down to vehicle traffic. And obviously Vegas is known for its tourists, but this was mid-pandemic, so these were locals, and they were rediscovering their city in a new way on a bike. But this isn't about bikes, it's about people, and more people moving through downtown means more activation for our shared spaces and our incredible local businesses. During difficult times like what our businesses and residents have been through over the past year, we all have to ask, how can we help? The bike is a simple solution to many complex problems, and we're here to support the bid's efforts with active, safe, sustainable, and equitable transportation. Times of uncertainty like this are opportunities that we just can't miss to try something new to rethink and reinvigorate our beloved downtown. It's really critical also that we pursue both and solutions. So thank you for considering that and this project as an important innovation that could yield much needed benefits for our downtown now and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. Does anybody have any questions for her? Okay, who do we have next, Patrick?
Hawk Sullivan supports, wishes to speak.
Go ahead, Hawk.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So my name is Hawk Sullivan. I own Hawk's Bar and Grill on State Street. It's been there almost 20 years. Before that, I managed Amy's Cafe, was just off State Street for almost 10 years. I've been downtown for almost 30 years. which makes me fairly old, I guess. I don't know. But, and I grew up in Madison, so I came downtown State Street many times back when I was a kid. What I want to remind everybody is that, you know, before the pandemic, it wasn't like the economy was booming. People make it seem like the pandemic is what's caused all this disarray downtown, but that's just not accurate. If you look at what was happening downtown, even before the pandemic, we were struggling, you know, frankly, it's tough, you know, retail is tough, competing with Amazon and stuff like that. And what I'm here to say is that while I understand, no matter what happens, people are going to be upset about bus ridership, but I just want people to think about changing, okay, and not be afraid of change. And even though it's hard sometimes, and rerouting is hard sometimes, if it's the best thing for State Street, right? The people on State Street, people who live down here, and people who work down here, the businesses. If there's no businesses, there is no State Street, you know? It's just another street. So I just, you know, when we think something's important, you know, farmers market, and like the things that Vic was talking about, all these events that happen, we reroute. And Metro deals with it, and they've done a good job, right? They do a good job rerouting. And when it's something important, you do it, and then you figure it out. People keep on bringing up like delivery drivers and how they're going to deliver stuff. And I'm like, frankly, they'll figure it out. You know, like I think that people's capacity to figure things out is better than you give them credit for. So what I'm asking you, I'm literally begging people on the commission in the city to just rethink how they have done stuff and don't be afraid of change. In my business, in the restaurant business, in the bar business, if you don't change or you're not willing to change or tweak things out, then you don't survive. You just don't. And so the city at times has to take this same mindset of willing to change. And even if it's hard, if it's the best thing to do, let's just figure it out. You know, obviously there has to be a balance of, you know, bike riders and bus stops. And I get people's complaints, you know, and let's try to address those the best we can. But I'm literally here begging you guys to think about and rethink about State Street and how we view it and going forward. I mean, listen, Hilldale moved to an outdoor mall. That seemed insane. It seemed insane that they would move outdoors in Wisconsin. And look at Hilldale now. It's hustling and bustling. So all I'm saying is thank you for your time, and just please rethink how you think about things. That's it.
Thank you, Hawk. Does anybody have any questions for him? Okay, Patrick, who do we have next?
The rest of the registrants are either in support or opposition, but do not wish to speak. Would you like to hear their names?
I think so. And I, while you're doing that, I want everybody to remember all of the emails that we got as well, in support and in opposition. We've gotten a lot of feedback from everybody. So I think it's important to read them, Patrick, so that we know where, you know, what feedback we're getting from the public.
Okay, there's Stacy Scannell, supports, does not wish to speak, available for questions. Cade Jackson opposes, does not wish to speak, available to answer questions. Jessica Wagner supports, does not wish to speak. Jennifer Edwards opposes. Megan Brune opposes. Tasha Chestal opposes. John Cook opposes. Dylan Hackler opposes. Nicholas Davies opposes. Elizabeth Goki opposes. Andrew Pepke opposes. Dylan Byrne or Bryn opposes. Amy Henderson opposes. Ann Morrison supports. Jacob Harris supports. And Ian Desjardins opposes.
Okay, so I counted 12 additional people who were opposed and 4 additional people who supported.
Altogether, there were 27 registrants, 10 opposed, 16 well, 10 supported, 16 opposed. And then one apparently didn't record.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so that's everybody who's registered to speak then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Madam Mayor, you asked to speak after we heard from everybody from the public, so we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, Chair Kovich, and thank you, members. Appreciate your service to the city and look forward to the day when I can join you in a room together again. But in the meantime, thank you for being on the Zooms. I'm here tonight to ask you to partially, but not completely, support this request. I firmly believe that transit belongs at our front doors, and that transit in Madison, everywhere, needs to serve everyone. It needs to serve employees. It needs to serve the people who live and work downtown. It needs to support and serve shoppers and diners and students and state legislators, and take your pick. It needs to be available and accessible to everyone. Historically, including here in Madison, we've pushed transit aside to the side, to the back door, and we can speculate on why that is. Why did we put the transfer points out in the middle of nowhere? And why have we tried to remove transit from our front doors? What I have heard is we don't want those people, in quotes, in this place. And that, I think, is just a disturbing trend, and it's one that we're trying really concertedly to reverse, to bring transit into the middle of our city, to our front doors, in a way that supports what we're trying to do downtown and throughout the city, with transit-oriented development, supports bringing people to retail, to restaurants, to experiences, to theater, and to all of the great things that our downtown has to offer. So I'm asking you to support Metro in their request to not remove transit from the 100 through 300 blocks. You've heard the reasons. You have the memo from Justin Sturenberg, our Metro director, and I won't repeat them. I trust that you heard all of them and understand them. However, I do think that we need to support downtown as well. And this is something that is going to take certainly not just work by Metro or the Transportation Commission, but by many different divisions, departments, committees across the city. You may have seen that I recently wrote an op-ed on the ways that I believe we should be supporting downtown. We are circulating a memo now and are working with the BID and with DMI on a number of ideas, including, you've heard about the Streetery program, which we're doubling down on, the Streetail program, which is the Streetery equivalent for retail businesses, and pop-ups, public art, and more. And I'm firmly committed to doing that work, regardless of whether or not you approve the request tonight in part or in full. I think it's important for us to continue to work with downtown stakeholders to support the folks who live and work downtown in being successful. And we will do that. I think that we could have a successful, I don't know if you want to call it a pilot, experiment, test on the 400 through 600 blocks this summer on weekends of removing transit and closing the street and activating the street with programming. I think it's important to understand what is possible in terms of programming. Certainly having the streetery and streetail is a plus, but I think that, and I hope we all understand that what really brings people, what really activates a space is programming. And so that's a question that I would ask, is what are the plans for the closures? How are we going to activate the space? And I think, this is all in the context of a larger community-wide conversation we're having about fully pedestrianizing State Street. And I grew up in a city that has a pedestrian mall that has over the years been successful and not successful and then successful again. And I've visited many other cities that have pedestrian malls that have a varied record of success. I think that nationally what we see, there is a very varied record of success for pedestrian malls. Doesn't mean they can't work. Doesn't mean that we couldn't make it work here in Madison. But I would point out a couple of things. First of all, most of them are shorter than the full length of State Street. And so I think that that's important to take into account. And it's partly why I think we might want to start with just a few blocks rather than the full length. Secondly, there is a lot of emphasis on activation and on active management of the storefronts. For example, in Burlington, they have a staff person whose their dedicated job is to manage the business mix on Church Street. We don't have that here. So I think that there's a lot of things that go into making a pedestrianized mall successful that we would need to look at beyond just removing buses. So I submit that if we're really going to test it, there's a lot of other things that we'd have to think about. Nonetheless, I do think we need to experiment. I do think we need to be open to change. And I think we need to try as many things as possible to support our small and local businesses. And that's why I would support a partial closure for summer weekends to see if that is successful in supporting our businesses. And let me close by saying that I think we collectively, and I know you all already will, but we collectively need to lean into the Metro route restructuring process. And that is the conversation to have about where we want buses to run and how we can best serve our community. And is it important to us to have transit on the 400 through 600 blocks? Who is served by that? Who would miss out if that was gone? But that's the place to have the conversation, because we're already having that whole conversation for the whole city and looking at all of the routes. So I encourage us to lean into that process, allow it to play out and see what we come up with. But I want everyone to be 100% clear that the bus rapid transit system will be on the 100 through 300 blocks of State Street. That's not going to change. That's not optional. That's not up for discussion. That is the locally adopted preferred alternative, and we are moving it forward. So flirting with the idea of removing transit from those blocks, I think, is counterproductive, because we will have the bus rapid transit system there in the long term. And so we need to be focused on how to make that work rather than entertaining wishes that it would somehow not be true in the long term. Let me end by saying thank you again for your service. I really appreciate all of you wrestling with the issues that you wrestle with. I'm confident that you will find a path forward on this. Again, I hope that is a compromise path tonight. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
Okay, Yang, did you have something to say before we go to questions for the mayor?
No, I think we can ask questions for the mayor. And before asking deliberation, I would like to provide a bit more information related to programming.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for the mayor? Okay, thank you very much for joining us. I think compromise is certainly something that pops out as a good possibility based on what Justin had said earlier. Yang, did you want to comment on programming? The mayor certainly talked about the importance of activating the space with programming.
Yes. Yeah. I think the mayor talked about how important the programming is to make the experiment successful. And staff did request information from a bit on that, and I believe Tiffany and the team has been working on that. So I just want to let the commission know that Tiffany is here to answer questions. Probably have more information on programming.
Okay, thank you, Tiffany. Are you still with us? Do you have additional information on programming at this time? Joe, can you activate Tiffany again?
Good evening. I'm here. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
So thank you. And again, I really do appreciate the time you're taking to consider all of these points. As it relates to programming, we've got several items that we are thinking about. There are projects that we would like to bring forward. Our main challenge as we look at putting our programming in place, of course, is adhering to public health guidelines. And so we can't give you the solid programming schedule today. I'm a little nervous to do that. But what I can tell you is the things that we've done and the plans that we have. And so we do plan to bring musicians to Peace Park. We plan to work with the artists that we've had great success with over the past to really liven the street up and to work with partners on special projects. We've got a couple bike events planned, and we hope that we all continue to get vaccinated, to maintain safe social distancing so we can bring all of those things back. So I don't have, a schedule for you today, but I do have examples of past schedules if everyone wanted to look at those. What we have is a partnership with the city that has been successful for 5 years, where we program and activate that street in accordance with a lot of guidelines, things that you want to see happening and things that we want to see happening to make sure the street is lively. And we would do our best to fulfill those contract guidelines again. I did put the link in the updated documentation to that programming contract if you wanted to dig deeper into what those things look like and how we would put them together.
Okay, thank you, Tiffany. Does anybody have any questions for Tiffany at this point? Nazra, go ahead, and then Harold will be next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So Tiffany, thank you, and thank you, Mayor, for giving us different perspective. I did go for the State Street visit, and it was really inspiring to see some of those businesses, and knowing that they will benefit from this new proposal or this closing partial. It's very important. But what my question is, was the bid originally put together this proposal with the input of those State Street businesses, or was it just the bid that put this proposal together? And my second question is, what were their reaction in terms of closing partial or full State Street? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. And I think what has happened is the conversation has gotten compounded by the editorials and the media coverage about BRT and the future of State Street. So I have two sets of information to respond directly to your question. We do have, and we have put out a request block by block for every business, how they feel about buses on State Street in general. And then in specific, I had worked with the majority of the businesses on the 400 block with 3 exceptions because we were hoping originally maybe to just try 1 block. And then that didn't feel fair to the rest of our street. So it's kind of a partial answer for you in that, in general, as I ask businesses about buses on State Street, I get strong support for continuing the discussion of a pedestrian promenade. I don't think there's that is what this conversation should exactly be about. And so on the 400 block, I have more specific responses from those businesses who are in support of it. And you heard from a few of them today. And you also heard from, or you received a letter from one of the businesses who's not so sure how this would work for her business. So we're trying to make sure we can accommodate any things that she thinks might matter for her business. And that's what we do at the bid. And what we have as a unique opportunity here is to work one-on-one with those businesses. Like the mayor suggested, in other communities, there are administrators who run the street. That is really a lot of the work that the bid does. We don't determine the occupants, but we work to nurture those occupants, to help them grow and to bring others in. And so we would want any business on State Street to be heard as it related to this and to work with them to accommodate them.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Harold. Did you have other questions for Tiffany?
Yeah, just related to the programming. So, you know, some of the things that you've mentioned, like having musicians in Peace Park, I mean, that doesn't really seem to be tied to removing buses or streeteries or anything. So I just want to understand how much that programming is tied to the partial or full closure to buses of State Street. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for asking for the clarification on that. I think we really do want to make sure we're focusing on the main topic at hand here, which is expanding the spaces for the streeteries and for the streetail. It is the bid's job then to tell people about that and to get them down here. And we hope that putting together a creative marketing campaign and telling the story about Summers on State, in addition to adding nice additional elements like music and art, will create that dynamic and that draw. So you're right, in specific, having a musician at Peace Park would not require State Street to be closed, but having expanded streetery would, and then adding the musicians or other elements to create a little bit more dynamic environment would be what we would add.
Thank you.
Chris McCahill, and I do want to give, I don't know, Alder Verveer, if you wanted to make some comments. If you do, certainly let me know. Chris, go ahead. Did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, just a quick question for Tiffany, actually. Depending on how we take this decision tonight, I just wanted to get your input now on hearing the concerns, especially from Metro. And, you know, it sounds like you've done a lot of the groundwork to sort of know what's going on the ground on State Street. Are you pretty prepared to turn around tonight and work through some of these issues that we hear and work with Metro to come back with a proposal that addresses these things?
Yeah, Chris, I mean, I don't want to sound desperate, but I'm getting to that point for our businesses on State Street. And if there was a compromise to find that would bring them economic support or attention and help support our community, I mean, we absolutely would. We, someone early on gave testimony about the bid statement of support for BRT. We absolutely do support a bus rapid transit system with all of those characteristics. We are concerned about what that might mean in the future on State Street, but that's, again, not what we're trying to talk about today. What we really want to do is make sure that these businesses have every opportunity to survive. And so I'm open to compromise. I can't present a compromise because I can't tell you that one block or one business is more or less important than the other.
Thanks.
Okay, who has other comments? We have a lot on the table here. Alder Verveer, Mike, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Ann. I certainly appreciate the opportunity. So good evening to you and to all the commissioners. I very strongly support the proposal that's before you now from the Business Improvement District for what we call Summers on State. I must disclose that I am a non-voting city representative member of the Business Improvement District Board. I have had significant numbers of conversations over the last several months with city staff and the mayor about this topic. I certainly, more importantly, have had numerous conversations with State Street area stakeholders about the possibility of restricting traffic to the street. So my comments are not in a vacuum. I feel like I am in tune with the desires, the hopes, the wishes, and sadly, the unprecedented amount of despair that exists among State Street mom and pop retailers. For those of you that don't know, we are still very much blessed with the vast majority of State Street area retailers being small, locally owned businesses. There, of course, are some national and regional chains or franchises that exist on the street, but they are in the distinct minority. I'm afraid that that balance is perhaps going to quickly turn, given the unprecedented nature of what the experiences have been on State Street, particularly in the last year. I certainly support the vast majority of what my friend the mayor said in her testimony tonight. The critical nature of transit, the significant excitement that we all collectively share for bus rapid transit coming to our community in a few years. I think that you all need to know, and I think probably you all have a flavor of this now after discussing it for perhaps an hour now, or hearing the testimony for about an hour now, that there is considerable concern on the part of the mayor and city staff that this is just a precursor to reopening the conversation about the designated route for BRT, et cetera. I want all of you to know at the outset of my remarks here that that is not in any way, shape, or form part of a strategy on my part or any other stakeholder I'm aware of downtown to reopen the question of BRT routing. I certainly can't speak for everyone downtown, although I'm elected by the residents of much of the downtown. This is not some backdoor attempt to reopen the question of whether or not BRT will include the 100 through 300 blocks of State Street when it comes to our community. I assure you that is not the case. I also very much appreciate the community conversation that the Wisconsin State Journal editorial board has elicited in the community over the last few months about the future of State Street, in particular their grand dream of creating a promenade on at least a portion, if not the entirety of State Street. I too want to assure each and every one of you commissioners that this proposal before you tonight is not some attempt to have a test or pilot to backdoor a greater proposal for a new promenade on State Street, although I very much respect the editorial board and their strong support of what they think is the best course for the future of downtown. What you have before you, in my estimation, is a lifeline to those of us downtown that need all of the support that we can get at this moment in time. We are very much on the recovery effort being at its inaugural, if you will. So recovery has barely begun downtown. Obviously, there are signs of optimism with the plywood boards coming off of the storefronts, with more and more of us being fortunate to receive the immunizations and the like. But with that said, this is something that I think is very easy and tangible that City Hall can provide those that are desperate for a lifeline on State Street. As it relates to which blocks of State Street might be close to vehicular traffic, motor vehicular traffic this summer, I want you to know, and I think you've heard it already once or twice tonight, that disproportionate number of small mom and pop locally owned businesses are in the 100 through 300 blocks in comparison to lower State Street. It just so happens that these national and regional chains, these out-of-state establishments, tend to gravitate and serve the student body at UW. So they tend to be at the 400, 500, 600 blocks, particularly the 500 and 600 blocks more so than the other blocks on State Street. So I want you to keep that in mind when you think about which blocks might or might not be included in this. There are a disproportionate number, as I say, of locally owned small mom and pop businesses in Upper State Street. Beyond talking about the business community, which I do care deeply about because despite some perceptions in the community, they are locally owned small mom and pop folks. I have come during my tenure, the honor and privilege I've had of representing this area for so long in City Hall. I have had the wonderful fortune of meeting so many of these people. Many of them are new immigrants to our community, and I'm one of the first folks that they talk to, for example, if they need an alcohol license for their restaurant that they hope to open. And these folks are working desperately, whether they're a new immigrant to our community or not, to provide for the livelihoods of their families, their employees' families. It really pains me, and we had this conversation on City Council last year as to whether or not we should provide support for State Street retailers. It really pains me when I hear things like, oh, this is putting property over people. Not that anyone has said that tonight, but these are real life people who are trying to provide for their families like the rest of us. And they need all the help we can get. And I think this is something that's very easy and tangible that we can provide them. Beyond though the small businesses, I want you all to realize that so much of the excitement about this possibility on the street is because we believe that it will very much bring the community, will welcome the community in this very tangible, dramatic way on weekends to check out State Street again, to realize that the plywood boards have come down largely, to realize that most of the businesses have reopened from the year of turmoil that they faced last year, and to check out State Street. I know all of you have experienced the Dane County Farmers Market on Saturdays. Justin mentioned it in his remarks at the top of this conversation. We already closed the 100 block of State Street during the Farmers Market and all Capitol Square special events. The reason I bring that up is not to say, well, what we're really talking about here are 2 blocks, the 200 and 300 block that are in controversy as it relates to impacts on Metro transit. But the fact that I want you to think about what the 100 block looks like during the farmers market. And that is that I'm sure I'm not the only one in this meeting tonight who usually chooses to walk in the street during farmers markets because of the ability to do so. The sidewalks are crowded. The farmers market is crowded. That's one of the beauties of it. In this time of social distancing, think about what the 100 block is like during the farmers market Saturdays, where so many people choose to walk in the street, have the elbow room because the sidewalks are crowded there at the top of State Street. That's what I imagine all of State Street could look like on the weekends this summer, with pedestrians, bicyclists, rollerbladers, etc., having the ability to be in the middle of the street and not just up on the sidewalk because of concern that a bus will be coming toward them. So we have thought about this. The idea, once again, and I know that we've talked about programming, but the idea, first and foremost, once again, is to allow for the opportunity to encourage pedestrians and bicyclists and others to be in the street and not on the sidewalk per se, to allow for greater flexibility for the streetery or street-tail programs, as we call them, to take even more space on the sidewalk. Yes, of course, we would accommodate people with mobility concerns, people with disabilities of any sort that need to be on the sidewalk would be accommodated. We have images that Tom Lynch, if he was here, he could share with you. And I know he's out of state tonight, and I don't believe we'll be joining the meeting at all tonight. But in any event, we have worked, Tom and others on the staff have worked on plans for those with mobility concerns so that they have the opportunity to use the sidewalk or the street if this is approved. I realize fully that, as I said earlier, that we have transit dependent riders in our bus system. That's of course a reality. I have always been very proud of our Metro transit system. And I realize that it is asking a lot to have the street closed on the weekends this summer because of the impact on Metro. As you've all heard, this was done for much of the summer last year, although it began Friday nights and went through the end of the night, Sunday night. So this proposal in many respects actually is a compromise from last year. The proposal last year did not go before the Transportation Commission. It was approved by the city traffic engineer with Yang statutory authority. The buses and other motor vehicular traffic was removed from State Street Friday nights through Sunday nights, many weekends last summer. The idea behind that was to try to help out State Street businesses and extend the streetery to State Street to the best of our ability, knowing that it could be nothing like the beautiful atmosphere that we've been able to assist with creating on the other side of the Capitol Square and King Street, South Pinckney Street, East Main Street, and so forth. Because the space wasn't there, because the fire code requires a 20-foot fire lane in the street. But we tried it last year. It wasn't a fair test, just as Justin explained why it isn't a good analogy, perhaps, on the part of Metro's point of view. I will point out that during this experience last summer, the vast majority of businesses were boarded up tight. I purposely tried to enjoy State Street those weekend nights without motor vehicular traffic, and it was a lonely affair. It was like a ghost town in many respects. You know, for example, being one of the few people enjoying al fresco dining on a Saturday night or a Friday night last summer on State Street, because people were scared to come out or thought the businesses were closed. They were boarded up. What it looked like, to be honest with all of you, as I was sitting there thinking about my dinners those many weekend nights on State Street, it was like the mini Ride the Drive, where the most of the people that came out were on bicycles, were on longboards and skateboards, were on rollerblades, were jogging, were running on a State Street where they didn't have to worry about a diesel bus coming toward them or behind them, or other motor vehicles doing the same. That's what I envision this to be like if you recommend this proposal tonight. I want to once again emphasize that the idea here is to have all modes of non-motor vehicle transport be invited and welcomed. You heard testimony that, well, the barricades were in the way last summer for bicyclists. We heard that concern, and TE, instead of having 2 barricades at every intersection, removed one of the barricades, and so we only had 1 barricade so that bicyclists and others could more easily get around the barricades at the beginning and end of each block. So I do think that there is a way to welcome bicyclists on East Campus Mall and what most people refer to as Library Mall, the 700 and 800 blocks of State Street. Bicyclists and pedestrians peacefully coexist. I don't see why that can't be the same here on the weekends for all of State Street. Knowing that obviously you're the Transportation Commission and you have oversight over Metro Transit, I want to say, wrapping up here in conclusion, that this really is, as it relates to the concerns we've heard, and I've heard in my meetings with the mayor and with city staff all these many weeks, this is what you have before you, a product of compromise. The original proposal from the Business Improvement District, at least their executive committee, was to try to close at least one of the blocks 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week this summer. Because of concerns about peak travel and so forth, they not only conceded that idea in the proposal you have before you tonight, but they conceded the idea of even attempting to close the street on Friday evenings as we did last summer on weekends. So it's simply a full day Saturday, full day Sunday. Part of that was to try to address the concerns of Metro about notifying their riders as to when, and their transit operators as to when the change occurs exactly, not worried about timing. It's easy to remember all day Saturday, all day Sunday. Again, we already do it for the farmers market on the square and the 100 block. And we hope, and there are very optimistic hopes, that the farmers market will return to the Capitol Square, its traditional home, sometime, hopefully by mid-July this summer. So So I think Metro can make this work. I really do. I totally get it, and I appreciate the 2 to 3 minute increase in distancing and the timing of the stops. Metro has made this work ever since its founding, when we have special events on State Street like Maxwell Street Days or sporting events, marathons, runs, that sort of thing, CrossFit. When we have special events on State Street and State Street is closed, Metro makes this work. They have the routes down. We're creating bus lanes on West Washington Avenue, as you heard at a meeting last month, and your vote to do so, in part, as you heard Tom Lynch say at that meeting, to accommodate State Street detours for special events. So I really don't understand. I shouldn't say that, poor choice of words. I understand the concern of Metro in terms of how to make this work this summer, but they're smart people. They've done it before. They can make this work. What I really, truly believe, and this is with all due respect to Her Honor, the mayor, and to all the staff, I think that their real concern is, with all the excitement of the State Journal Editorial Board's campaign, that will provide some sort of momentum to reconsider the BRT routing and the position of the stations in the 200 block of State Street specifically and so forth. That, again, is not my intent. It's not the intent of the stakeholders I'm talking to in the meetings I'm in the conversations I've had. It is not about BRT. And I think any motion tonight that you might consider can make it clear that this motion, this is about the unprecedented nature of the needed recovery of the downtown, in particular State Street, from a year of unprecedented negative impacts, adverse impacts last year. So this is, again, not about BRT. As you heard the mayor say, I have said, and I've said the same thing to downtown stakeholders, the conversation and the time about rerouting buses permanently from State Street is the transit network plan. You all know that effort was just publicly kicked off in the last few weeks. The transit network plan provides an excellent opportunity over the coming years to have these conversations about what level of transit service needs to be on State Street proper beyond BRT. Again, I want to assure everybody that I am not trying to change the BRT routing, and I don't think other downtown stakeholders are trying to change the BRT routing at the top of State Street. But I do believe from my one-on-one conversations with staff, and I shouldn't talk about Tom Lynch since he's not here tonight, but that is a main concern, is that if you close the 100 to 300 blocks as part of some summer initiative this year, that will lead to momentum to reopen the conversation about BRT routing. That absolutely is not what this is about. It is about trying to help the downtown recover. This is already a compromise. It's much less than what we did last summer in terms of restricting motor vehicles on State Street. And I very much strongly urge you to support the proposal tonight for Summers on State. Thank you so much for hearing me out and for your consideration. Thank you, Ann.
Yes, thank you, Alder Verveer. So, discussion, comments, questions? Grant, go ahead.
Thank you. Yang, I've got a few questions for you. I guess first off, I'm trying to actually get an understanding of what the proposal is. So I get conceptually like close the street to buses. I think I've heard from some folks the idea is that people will be, encouraged to walk in the street, but will somehow maintain ADA access. I didn't, on the application, it just looked blank to me. I mean, it basically said 100 to 600 blocks, everything, sidewalk, terrace, street. I didn't see any like designs of what that would look like. Obviously, we know that the 20 feet needs to be maintained for fire, but how is this actually going to work? And sort of buses aside, I guess, particularly as it relates to pedestrians, those that might be using wheelchairs and mobility devices, visually impaired, and people riding bicycles. What's your understanding of how this will all work?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. Actually, that's part of the information that we would like to get from a bid. How the space is used. and what other programming. But from the application, staff understanding is that actually the request was different from last year's request. So this request does include closing sidewalks. So which means, and also I think Tiffany may confirm is that we are envisioning the business will be using the sidewalk space and likely setting up ADA compliant ramps. So most likely pedestrians will be on the street. So 20-foot fire lane space, that's a requirement by fire department. So I think that's has to be maintained. But State Street is only 22 feet wide, so which means that basically most of State Street has to be maintained open and only leave 2 feet of street space for the business to use, which makes believe that sidewalks will be occupied by the businesses. But I'm wondering whether Tiffany can confirm that.
Tiffany, are you there? Joe, is Tiffany there?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Did you hear Yang's question?
I heard his description, and I think he did a very good job explaining what we plan to do. We spoke with at the Downtown Coordinating Committee last month. We did have the fire department come in, the fire marshal, and Chief Davis came in to talk to us about the fire lane. And what we were, delighted to hear was their support of the idea that both the fire lane, the pedestrian and bike lane can be one and the same, so long as no items are placed physically in that lane. So you are correct that the majority of the space that we gain would be on the sidewalks, and we would be putting pedestrian, bike, stroller, traffic in the middle of the street, although that's slightly, each block would vary a little bit based on the unique nature of the businesses on the block. And what I mean by that, to use as an example, is the 400 block. You heard from Hawk today, and we, opposite Hawk's restaurant is Lisa Link Peace Park. So the park doesn't need to gain any space. So we would make sure that the little bit of space that is gained, that 2 to 4 feet that Yang mentioned, would go to Hawk's space so he could gain a little bit more. But mostly that would be to accommodate the ramps and fencing that we would still be requiring each individual cafe to put up.
So I guess I'm not sure if this is for them, Yang or Tiffany, but so there would be essentially ramps to get in and out of every business along State Street?
Yes, a majority of the businesses will have ramps to access the businesses if they need them for the ADA compliance. Yes.
What do you mean if they
there's a few corner spots, or again, using the example of the 400 block, we can use the sidewalk on that side by Peace Park. So yes, but just not every business, I guess, the ones that would need them.
So is every business going to be accessible for people in wheelchairs?
Yes, absolutely. And so I guess what I'm saying is that we wouldn't need to use something different versus when you're on like this, again, using just that Peace Park example, we already have the street created correctly with the ramps at the ends of the sidewalks, and that part wouldn't need to have any adjustment to it. But the side on Hawks would. We would need to make an adjustment so that people could access his building.
Okay, I guess, it's sort of hard to really imagine this without any visuals. But it sounds like every business would have a ramp. So you would be traveling and you'd be in your wheelchair going down the middle of the street, and you'd be able to go up on one of these ramps into any of the businesses. And then if you want to go to the next business, you need to go back down the ramp into the street and then back up another ramp somewhere else to get to that business.
Yes. That's a correct description.
Okay. So Yang, what are, in terms of ADA accessibility, how big do those ramps need to be?
So, that's a great question. So, for a temporary situation, we seen that on, construction projects, and that was often done. And the good thing about State Street is that the street level and the curb level, the difference is not as quite big as some other streets. So I would think give that extra 2 to 4 foot space. It is possible to provide that, but I think you are correct that this will require a very close correlation of bid with all the businesses, to make sure every business is ADA compliant. That would definitely be a challenge. Something that I think that's part of the condition that we're going to propose if the permit is granted for part of the State Street. And I think we'll probably have to ask Tiffany and the bid to help us to monitor that, as we probably don't have staff resource to monitor every situation.
So 2 to 4 feet for each ramp, kind of on each side of the street?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I don't have a number right now.
Okay, so then, so maybe splitting the difference, saying it's 7 feet between the two of them. So then you're left with what? 22 or 24 foot curb to curb, right?
That's my understanding. Yeah, unfortunately, T staff member working on this was on vacation, just came back, but his plane got delayed, so he was not able to join the meeting. So I think it's 22 feet, but it might be 24, but I think it's likely 22. But Tom Moore actually has all the detailed information.
Okay, so if it's 22 feet and there's 7 feet of ramps, 3.5 feet on both sides, then you're left with 15 feet in the middle of the street.
I don't think the curb is that high. Again, I think Tom has all the information. As I mentioned, it's the curb on State Street is a little bit different, so it's lower than the typical street. So probably.
I'm trying to like get an imagine. But we've heard the sort of beautiful imagination of everybody coexisting in scooters and bikes and people walking. The busy times I've been up there. How wide are the sidewalks today currently on State Street? Like the sidewalk and also the terrace space?
I think that's about, so the sidewalk I think right now is about 6 to 8 feet. I think most locations that's it's about 8 feet. The terrace space I'm not quite sure, but Tiffany, you may know more on that than me.
I see Mike has his hand up. Mike Chakvala, do you have an answer to that?
Well, Justin and I were just out on State Street with a tape measure. The sidewalks, I believe, are about 6 feet normally, but they do kind of vary. The street is 4 feet. The distance from the face of curb to the back of the sidewalk varies from about 10 feet to about 13 feet, if I recall. Did you say
it's 24 feet, Mike?
Yeah, 24 foot face to face. I'm sorry, that was the actual terrace. The terrace varies from roughly 9 or 10 feet to about 13 feet. But yeah, the street itself is 24 feet face to face.
Okay, so today, between the two sides, the sidewalk is somewhere between 12 and 16 feet of sidewalk space, and then another 20 plus feet of sort of terrace space. And then this would be compressing basically all of that pedestrian traffic into 24 minus 6, so something like 16 to 18 feet in the middle of the street.
On each side, there's roughly a 6-foot sidewalk, and then 9 to 13 feet roughly of terrace space, which is generally completely full of stuff, which isn't used for pedestrian traffic. It's trees and benches and bus shelters.
Well, that's certainly not my experience. I mean, I've got 5-foot sidewalks in front of my house, and to say that State Street sidewalks are only 6 feet wide, I mean, you normally have groups of 5 and 6 people walking side by side. Anyway, I'm surprised to hear that it's measured at 6 feet, but with the whole space is closer to 15.
It varies. I think 6 is probably where at the narrowest, but there are definitely some spots. And then there's roughly 2 feet between the back of the sidewalk and the business storefront. So that's, a full, even if the sidewalk is 6 feet, if you include that space, it's more like 8. And then like in front of the Overton Center, for example, it's wider.
Mike, if I could clarify, could I clarify one thing there? So Mike and I went out there, and so if you measure it from like obstruction to building face, so where there's just a clear path, it's anywhere from 7 feet on some blocks to 13 feet on other blocks. But if you just look at the clear, unobstructed path, there are some blocks that are as little as 7 feet.
Yeah, and that 7 is usually 5 foot of actual sidewalk, and then some of that clear space between the building face. But yeah, it is actually that narrow in some spots.
All right, so 7 to 13 of clear space sounds consistent with my experience. So I guess I'm trying to understand, because we don't have anything to actually react to. We've heard a proposal to quote unquote close State Street, take buses off. We've had very little information about how we're going to actually accommodate pedestrian traffic, people in wheelchairs, visually impaired, and people on bikes, not to mention the scooters that Mike reminded us of. So we're taking what today is somewhere in a 14 to 26 feet of pedestrian clear space and compressing that into something like 15 to 17 feet in the street. And that is theoretically going to also accommodate bike travel in that same space. Is that's the concept? That's the proposal? Yang?
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah. Thank you, Mike and Justin, for the help. Again, I hope Tom can be here Tom Moore can be here, my staff, as originally planned. Yeah, he actually has more of those numbers. But we did requesting from, how space being used from bid. Hopefully, we can get those and can work out a more detailed arrangement or typical. I think it probably will be different for it will be not the same for every location, but typically some typical sections. But I think for most part, your description is correct.
Okay. So what do we know, Yang, about pedestrian volumes on State Street?
So pad volume is is quite high. I said, we share some of those data with you, and I don't have that on hand at this point. But I can tell you that we do have for normal year, pedestrian volume is very high on State Street.
So the data that I got from your team showed, I think it had 1 week's worth of ped counts, and it was, basically up to like 2,600 pedestrians per hour between the two sides of the sidewalk, almost all day long and into the night, over 1,000 pedestrians per hour. Does that sound correct?
That sounds correct. Yeah. Again, I think Tom Moore will have more data on that. Actually, we provide some data, and we'll have more data, but that really sounds reasonable to me.
So, I shared with you, and I guess I'm curious what your reaction to it is. This, I haven't seen anything in like AASHTO, for example, that talks about capacity of pedestrian and bike travel. Obviously, we've got some experience here in Madison where it gets, a little bit heavy on some of our paths, and we've actually built some separation, like on the Cap City, right, where it got to the point where it just didn't really work for anybody. So we separated that out, built some additional space. The Dutch have a lot of experience with high volume ped and bike, and I found in the Crow manual, which is sort of their guide to street design and transportation, they basically say that for this width that would be available, they say that once you get up to 520 pedestrians per hour, you need to separate pedestrian and bikes, that it's really not practical for them to mix in the same space anymore. Once you get over 830 pedestrians per hour, they recommend you grade separate them. And then over 1,000 pedestrians per hour with that amount of width, it's not compatible to having bike traffic mixed in there. And that's what I'm kind of imagining to be one of the issues here. If we basically pull all of the ped traffic off of both sides of the State Street, smush it into the center, it feels like nobody's going to be happy if bikes are also trying to move through there. So is the expectation with this application that bike travel will be maintained? And how is that going to happen?
Yeah, so given the configuration of the application, so the bikes and the pads would like to share the space. But again, I think we need to confirm that with Tiffany. We do have some concern about that, as mentioned, during the kind of the introduction. That's definitely one of the concerns. We also look at the 700, 800 blocks of State Street. So we, have a little bit similar situation there, but not totally the same, right? We have a shared space for pedestrians and bicycles. But over there, we also have a space on the side for pedestrians, so they can sparse out a little bit. So I think our thoughts is that it's going to function like that, but probably at a lower level. We're going to see more conflicts between pedestrian and bicyclists. So yeah, it's definitely not ideal, and it's a concern. I think that's something the commission should consider. But that's just one of the considerations, right? And there, we do understand the business's needs on there. So so I think situation, just talking from a pedestrian movement, bicycle movement standpoint of view, it's definitely less than ideal.
So, you mentioned the 700 and 800 blocks. Those are, essentially the entire building to building front space minus, some trees or furniture or sometimes food carts is basically all open for pedestrian or bike travel there, right? So we're talking, that's like, how wide is that? That's almost the full right of way, right?
Yeah, that's a full right of way. But frequently we do have food carts in there. So the space is kind of tight for pedestrian and bicyclists, for example, during the lunch hours. It's a little bit, less than ideal, but for most part, we haven't seen a lot of issues. I think for most part, and people learn to the pedestrian bicycles learn to mingle and learn to kind of respect each other. But I'm sure there are probably instances of conflicts. And again, we did compare this to 700, 800 block of State Street, but I think this will be kind of more congested for pedestrians and bicycles.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, that is, I'm all for shared space and agree peds and bikes can really work stuff out pretty incredibly in mixed environments, but that's like 40 feet or so of space to do that in instead of 14. So I think they're actually completely different in my mind. I think my last question was just the accommodations for visually impaired. What's the expectation to guide folks on and off of those ramps and into, how is that going to work, I guess?
Yeah, that would definitely be a challenge. I think that'll be, I think we have the same challenge again, on 700, 800 block State Street, when the full cars were all there, and when full cars were all there, actually the space can be pretty tight. We have a full cars on both sides of the street. So yeah, I'm sure it probably create some problems for our vision impaired users. But again, we know this is not perfect, but we haven't heard too many complaints from our vision impaired community. I'm wondering whether I think Denise is an expert in this area. I'm wondering whether Denise said that.
She has her hand up next, so I'm sure she'll comment on that. Is that all you had for now, Grant?
Yeah, it is. Actually, one quick question. If this permit were issued and problems came up and it wasn't working for any kind of those things I described or some other reason, is the expectation that it just keeps going and you sort of keep trying, but you'd live with it, or is the permit revoked, or what's the expectation there?
That's a wonderful question. So if the permit is approved, we do want to include a condition that the city traffic engineer, the fire chief, the police chief can terminate the permit at any time. If we see issues, and we'll probably won't try to adjust. If we really cannot solve the issues, I think we'll terminate the program. I think the BID is on board with that condition.
Thank you.
Okay, Denise, you're next.
Thanks so much. Grant, thanks for the line of questioning about accessibility under this model. I probably have less questions than I do statement on this, that given kind of trying to move users into such a small space, especially vulnerable users, I'm having so much anxiety right now about what it would be like for me to navigate that State Street with ramps sticking out and other pedestrians and pets, because people will bring their dogs, and bicycles and scooters. I would choose to not use this environment at all this summer. End of statement, full stop. It feels very different to me than the 700 and 800 block of State Street, which I navigate pretty regularly because that's a predictable environment. I know where the food carts are. They're relatively in the same place. I often will go towards the, kind of parallel to the Memorial Library or parallel to the bookstore and stick in that area. So I'm kind of out of that center lane, but it's predictable. And this right now, especially without any firm plans around it, feels highly unpredictable and actually feels very dangerous. And so I have to raise the question, if we value equity as a city, then how do we create this environment so that we nurture equity? Otherwise, folks with disabilities and elders are not going to feel safe coming into this space. So I think I favor the mayor's hybrid more than anything else, maybe. But without more definitive answers to these questions around equity, for our community of people with disabilities. And we like to shop. We like to go out to dinner. You know, we don't like to be marginalized. And this feels very much like marginalization.
Okay, thanks, Denise. There's a lot of great questions that people are asking, and I've been trying to keep track of the most important ones. So in case we say that we're leaning towards something, but we want it to come back with some additional information, that we can hopefully have a good list of those things when we get done. Bridget, go ahead. And then Harold, you're next after Bridget.
Thanks, Anne. I am just wondering if we can recap where things are at. Is there a motion on the table at this time?
No.
Or there's nothing. So we're just
we're in the
simply
discussion.
debating.
We're in the discussion phase. Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
We're discussing. Okay. So then is it appropriate for us to ask for some alternatives to come back at the next meeting based on the sort of hybrid model that's been discussed, as well as, I guess, something that we could see that would provide some sort of typical designs based on sidewalk width and the various accommodations that need to be made?
Yeah, I mean, I think I have heard a lot of concern over not having visuals, not really understanding about safety, having needing more information about the volume of pedestrians and the mixing of pedestrians with bicycles. The concerns about people with disabilities and making sure that they're not marginalized, making sure that they're safe. The condition that Yang was talking about, to make sure we clearly understand what the conditions of the permit are. So, you know, I think there's a lot of details I have heard from people that that we need to have the answers to. Did you have other things, Bridget?
Well, the only thing I wanted to add is I'd like more details on sort of the engineering pieces of it, like the detectable warning devices, and kind of how that would be incorporated, how those would be incorporated into the designs.
Okay. Harold, you're next.
Thanks. Yeah, I had one question. So I think some of the people who provided public comment, you know, brought up this idea like, let's experiment, let's try something, see how it works. And I think I've always been somebody who like has told, like Yang, for example, like, yeah, let's try stuff, let's evaluate it, let's see how it works. I guess in this case, it's a little bit unclear to me. And, you know, what's in front of us is a street use permit, which is not like something with an evaluation plan attached to it. So I guess it's a little bit confusing to me that there's this idea like, yeah, we try, we tweak, we evaluate. I don't think evaluation really seems to be part of the plan here, at least not from anything that I've seen, other than like, you know, we ask the business owners to work for you, but that's not the kind of evaluation plan that we would want to see from the city if we want to gain some valuable insight, like, you know, could we make this more permanent? Should we do it over the summers? So is there any thought of having any kind of formal evaluation plan? And I guess that's a question for Yang, probably.
You know, that is a great question. So our, you know, from staff perspective, you know, we are looking at street occupancy permit application, just like, you know, other street E3 program. And, you know, the reason we bring this one to TC, not others, you know, because, you know, we have a significant amount of concerns about it, and we want a guidance from the commission. So we, you know, that's why we don't have you know, a whole lot of answers. You know, in terms of evaluation, you know, I think again, you know, this is not something started by staff, so we really haven't thought a lot about you know, what's the goal of a program. You know, when city staff you know, start the initiative, we typically have a more clear goal. But for this case, we're reacting to this request, and we are, you know, we do have concerns about it, but we also see, you know, the significant amount of benefits to it, to the businesses. So to be honest, we haven't really, we don't have a clear goal on this, and we don't have a kind of a plan to evaluate on anything. But that's something really good to think about, right? If we are going to do experiment, let's not waste it. Let's take full advantage of it.
Mm-hmm.
So we can something that I think we can definitely think about if the commission is supportive of the application, either partially or fully. As we work through the details, we can also think about, since we're doing this, how can we get the most out of it? But initially we don't have any plan for evaluation or make this permanent previously.
Thanks. That's helpful. And I mean, of course, if you then want to do an evaluation that takes staff resources, which may or may not exist or may compete with other priorities that your department and other departments have, because, if you want to do evaluation well, that is a challenging task. Okay, thank you.
So we have had a lot of discussion. I have heard a proposal from the mayor for a compromise to close the 400 and 600 blocks only for the summer weekends, but I have also heard a fairly long list of questions about safety, not clearly understanding the visuals and the details about exactly what is planned and how the space will exactly be used. Some definite concerns with regard to people with disabilities. We definitely do not want anyone to feel marginalized, and we want to understand how the space could be configured in a way that's safe for everybody. So I've also heard someone talking about perhaps delaying a decision on this in light of obtaining some of this additional information and perhaps a proposal on an alternative, but up to the group in terms of a motion. Harold, you have your hand up.
Yeah, no motion. Thanks for keeping track of all these concerns. And I think one thing
I'm
that
writing
I heard,
furiously.
yeah, I think one thing that we heard early on, and so Metro had a very strong position on one part of it, and on the other blocks of it, it was like it's not going to have a significantly negative impact, probably. But I mean, we did hear from the public talking about people who get there by bus that, there's less infrastructure or at bus stops on Johnson and Gorham. I think one of the businesses wrote in about their employees who take the bus. So I think the Metro piece, while the impact of this compromise solution is certainly less, and I would absolutely not support something that has a stronger impact, I think there's still the potential or there is negative impact for Metro users. So let's maybe try to keep track of that as well. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Grant, go ahead.
I would make a motion to refer this item to a future TC meeting.
Okay. Is there a second for that? Bill? Is that a second, Bill? No? Okay. There's a motion on the table to refer this to a future TC meeting. Chris, is that a second?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Grant, did you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, and I just said a future meeting. I think if we can get all the information we needed and get a good plan and at our next meeting, then that would be great. But if additional time is needed to get everything pulled together, I don't want to force it to be that one. I don't think, I certainly couldn't support any closure at this point, given the information we have and the lack of details and the number of concerns that I have personally. I'm open to allowing the bid and staff and others to work on resolving some of these issues and coming back with a really coherent plan that addresses them. So I don't want to, close the door on that. I would ask, I guess, just to add one other item into that list of questions, which, I mentioned some of my questions about just simply overall capacity, like pedestrian capacity concern in that space. And so it'd be really helpful to get some actual numbers back of what we expect, volumes to be and how that will actually function. And also with some reference to social distancing. So again, we don't know when, where we're going to be May, June, July, August, etc. But I heard the bid talk about needing to maintain social distancing for the businesses, etc. I'm not understanding how we're going to have socially distanced outside tables and then maybe I'm imagining something different, but it feels like packing pedestrians as sardines into when they're actually walking up and down the street. So just really need to understand, is that what we're trying to do here? We want to have people spread out when they're window shopping and then pack them together when they're walking up and down. So if you could just add that one to the list. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, comments. We have a motion to refer to our future TC meeting. Bill, go ahead.
Thanks, Ann. I guess I appreciate what Alder Foster is trying to do with referring it, because certainly there is a lot of questions that are still out there. But it still goes back to Metro, and I don't want anybody to have the false hope that this is going to, in some shape or form, move Metro off of the 1 to 300 block of State Street. And I appreciate what Alder Revere and the mayor have said, but I think there's people in our community that think they're not supporting. They don't want to. They may not say it, but they're not necessarily really. The mayor and Alder Revere are, but there are others that are not really looking for Metro. And I think right now, even if we do a pilot or a test or whatever, frankly, Metro is in a fragile condition, just like the businesses on State Street are fragile. I think Metro is fragile. And I think it's our job as a Transportation Commission to not to even give any thoughts that we're going to do anything with. We need to get Metro back, and that would be one way of not doing it, is to close them off from using State Street to have their timing discouraging passengers. So I will not, whether this motion is passed or not, I'll be voting no on it. But what I would just prefer is just to say no, that we're not interested in the pilot. Thanks.
Okay. Are you suggesting that you're not interested in it at all, or that you're only interested in the 400 to 600 block? Well,
originally I was looking at, as a compromise, the 400 to 600. But then the more I heard the testimony of and some of the discussions as far as how this would work, and I just don't see how it's going to. And I really appreciate what Denise had listened to her, and I think that's going to even be a problematic for 400 to 600 block. So I just don't think it's with the amount of room we have out there. I think it is just too many problems to do it. If somebody at some point in time in the future has other ideas, I mean, that's much more than just a little project like this. I think it has to be an extensive study, and I don't think we're ready to do that for this year. Thanks.
Okay, Denise, you're next. Oh, I'm sorry. Chris is next, then Denise.
Thanks. I'll support this referral. I would actually go along with approving the 2 blocks, 5 and 600 blocks, 4 and 5 and 6 tonight. But I see folks' concerns about that, so I think those need to be explored also. I'm less concerned about them. I'm a little more leaning towards having faith in Yang and folks to figure that out, just based on experiences like art on the square and things like that. But I think it's worth looking at more. But I will echo some of Bill's concerns that I don't think this means that we're open to pushing the buses entirely off of State Street. I have serious concerns about the top of State Street and moving buses there. I think this feels like I want to give full credit to the folks who are pushing for this. I think there's a lot of great stuff in it. We need to do something, and there's a lot of work that's gone into it. But then there's this asterisk next to, Metro will figure out how to reroute things, and I think that's just a really big asterisk that I'm not comfortable with right now. So I don't think I'd be happy going there. And just to add on that, and in the spirit of sort of thinking creatively, I don't see buses as mutually exclusive of this vision of how to, sort of give an extra boost to businesses and help folks out. I think, in my own personal perspective, buses are part of that image. I'm just thinking about great transit malls that drop you off right there, and that just being part of what's great about those places. And to me, transit taking you to State Street is part of my experience getting to State Street and the experience of my bringing folks to State Street. So I just encourage folks to consider that in thinking about what we could do there.
Thanks, Chris. Denise, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to make sure we didn't send staff and the folks from, the businesses back to reinvent blocks 100, 200, and 300, only for us to say, well, we really don't want to take the buses off, because that's where I sit as well. That makes me very nervous to lose buses on state overall. But I think I could see 4 and 5 and 600 maybe as the experiment. I'm still hesitant about it for safety reasons, but I not only think about Metro's health and well-being, but I think about, the vulnerable users who use Metro, and it would be folks who are, hourly employees, places, or hospital workers, or folks with disabilities or elders who are really utilizing that bus service, and some of even the workforce on State Street. So I think about, a young woman finishing her shift waiting tables and having to walk in the dark to get a bus on Johnson, and her vulnerability, or a person who is a person of color who's easily marginalized or seen as someone who's problematic. And then, what happens to them when they're walking to their bus at, something late after finishing a work shift. So I just think we put folks who are already vulnerable in more vulnerable spaces when we make them have to walk in less well-lit, less clear areas and wait for transportation. So I just don't want staff to have to spend time coming up with a beautiful plan for those blocks, only for us to say, well, we weren't really interested in taking the buses off that part of State Street anyway. So I think we need to get clear on the two very different parts of the question.
Okay, Harold, before I go to you, Grant, the motion I had was an open referral to future TC meeting. Were you, was that for the 100 to 600 blocks, or just the 400 to 600 blocks? We didn't distinguish that. And,
yeah, I'd be happy to make that friendly amendment. The direction is to only focus on the 400 to 600 blocks.
Okay, so that was a suggestion for a friendly amendment, so that it would be a motion to refer to a future TC meeting proposal on the 400 to 600, closing the 400 to 600 block of State Street. Would that be correct?
Yeah, and with a solid plan and answers to all of those questions that we listed out.
With a solid plan and answers to the questions. Harold, was that all you had, Denise? Okay. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I think this was helpful and maybe addresses some of what I wanted to say, but I think the point made by Bill. I think I'm also on that end of things. And so in the interest of transparency, like we don't want to send staff in the bid off to like produce all of this information where where I'm at right now, based on the information that we have right now and the testimony that we have heard. I find it getting more information. I think there might be some value in that in the longer term anyway. But I guess I have a hard time seeing this kind of new information and then being like, oh, right, all of our concerns have been addressed and now I'm like really supportive of it. So, I just want to be open about that. I think, as I said, there might be still value in referring this to the future and gathering some of that information, because presumably no matter what we decide, this is going to come back in the short and long term as a discussion anyway, because that's how it has been for many, many years. So, maybe that creates an opportunity to try to figure out some of those things, and we may not be able to resolve them, but anyway, I guess I talked myself out of something. Thanks.
Okay, so what I have right now is a motion to refer to a future TC meeting a proposal on closing the 400 to 600 block of State Street with a solid plan provided and answers to the questions that we have been discussing here this evening. Did I get that all? And I'm not going to list all the questions. Hopefully other people have been taking notes too. But I certainly have tried to write down the most important ones. Any other discussion? Obviously a very important topic. We've heard a lot on both sides, both on closing the whole street, closing part of the street, the pros and the cons and everything that we need to be thinking about, and a lot of really excellent questions about safety for everyone, and particularly for folks with disabilities. So, Nazra, go ahead.
Thanks, Anne. One thing I'll recommend is, if you haven't done so, take this State Street tour. That will help you visualize what that looks like. So that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, any other further comments? Okay, so I'm going to try for a unanimous consent vote to refer to a future TC meeting, a proposal on closing the 400 to 600 block State Street with a solid plan to be provided with answers to all of the questions that we've been discussing here during the meeting. Is anyone opposed to that motion? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody opposed. Bill, you're okay with that?
I'm not opposed to that, and with the two changes that were made since I spoke. One was the change it to the 400 to 600 block, and also was there was no time on when it would come back. So all of the questions have to be answered before that.
Yeah, and I think normally we like to refer to a specific date, but in this particular case, I think it's good to leave it open, because we don't want it to come back until all of that information can be provided to us.
That's correct.
Okay, so the motion is carried. And give me 2 seconds to get all my notes carefully saved, because I need to obviously save this for the next time. Thank you, everybody, for coming this evening and sharing your thoughts. It was an excellent discussion, and one that we'll look forward to continuing in the future. Okay, next we have item 5, which is interim high injury network map review and acceptance. Is that Yang or Renee, or who is going to do that?
So I think
Renee will do that.
Yep, Allie is here too.
Okay.
Share my screen here. All right. So hopefully you had a chance to see the interim high injury network, and I think I'm going to turn it over to Allie to talk about it a little bit.
All right. Yes. So this is the interim high injury network our team put together. The interim high injury network was derived with symbology that indicates where higher numbers of crashes are occurring. The symbology uses a crash pin density to produce a raster dot pattern that's proportional to the number of pins within 200 feet. This map includes all K and A level crashes as well as level B crashes for peds and bikes. As the dot gets bigger on this map, the more high level crashes there were for that street segment or intersection. So the interim high injury network is this initial map in place for Vision Zero this year, but we are working with the TOPS lab for a final high injury network, and Renee will talk about that proposal next. I don't know if you have any.
I think that one's later on the agenda, but I'm just gonna in case I have a chance to look at it super closely before the meeting, just zoom in in hopes that you can see a little bit better kind of, you know, how we have represented. So here's a downtown area, and you can kind of see where the higher crash rates are. And then the red lines would be ones that just have one crash, and then the bigger dots are the more crashes. So it's definitely, for this year, kind of tried to simplify it, not connect everything, just to keep the project moving forward.
Okay, comments or questions for Renee and Allie or Yang? Bill, go ahead.
Yes, thanks.
I'm sorry. Harold, I have to change how I look for hands when there's somebody screen sharing, so I messed up, and Harold is first and then Bill.
Again, Bill. So,
sorry, Bill.
Renee, could you zoom out a little bit so that we can see the whole map, please? And so can you say, so you mentioned, and we're going to talk about this later, so this is going to be refined, there's going to be something different at some point. So I guess what is the primary purpose of this 2021 interim high injury network? What is it going to do?
Sure, absolutely. So yes, later on the agenda is a topic about what we plan to do sort of for the longer term part of the project. But for the use of this, we would use it for selecting our projects. For our Vision Zero funding this year, we would use the segments on this map to help with that process. Also just to inform other project selections that might come up before we have the sort of longer term high injury network process defined and ready to go for the action plan.
Okay, that's helpful because I mean, my immediate reaction, and maybe that this is partly related to the cartography of this, because I think Ali pointed out, if you look more closely, you see the different sizes of the symbols. I mean, I think my immediate reaction was maybe this needs to be more selective because there's just too much on there to guide. How are we going to tackle this in 1 year if almost any street downtown is on the map? How is that going to help us make decisions on where do we prioritize? So that was just one of my reactions. Maybe, this is good enough. As you said, I think we had these conversations at the traffic calming subcommittee where a street being part of the high injury network being maybe part of the ranking criteria. And maybe for that purpose, it's better to have something more expansive. But I think I was a little bit concerned that there's just too much on there with too little guidance to, what's the 80th percentile of where we have 80% of crashes versus this looks maybe it's something lower than that. Thanks.
Okay, Bill, your turn now.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate the questions that Harold asked because I think there's along the same lines that I had too. Ali and Renee, did you use the community maps at all for this, or did you look at community maps?
I use the community maps quite a bit. They're super handy, which is something that the Wisconsin DOT has online. If you just Google Wisconsin DOT community maps, you can pick different time ranges and different areas and see some basic information about crashes. Obviously, we have our own internal, like we have access to the crash reports. And so we were using that data that, we use when we do all of that.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Did you look at heat maps at all as far as for this year, just to see how that, because I kind of agree with Harold. This is almost like, just about everything that you can imagine is on there practically, except some of the local streets. But anyway, that was just the only comment I had. So I appreciate we just need something interim just to tide us over. So great effort. Thanks.
Can I just follow up on what you said, Bill, in terms, you asked about heat maps. Haven't you done that in the size of the dots, et cetera? There's a version of heat maps on there, isn't there?
I mean, those are, to help pick out those spots that have the higher crashes. And I think maybe we brought the other version that we had been working on as we've tried to kind of refine this whole project. And I think Yang can talk about that a little bit too.
Yeah, I didn't mean to step ahead of you there, Grant, but it seemed to me that there was a little bit of a heat map on here with the way the size of the dots are, et cetera. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, sorry for the, we're trying to have a lot of stuff on a small map, so it's kind of difficult to see. Anne's operation is correct. So, those are derived from a spatial analysis from staff. So it does reflect number of crashes for certain locations. So it's kind of a simple version of the heat maps. Okay. And we do use community maps in the heat maps as well. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Does that answer your questions, Bill?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Grant, you're next.
Yeah, thanks. I was going to point that out, which it is difficult to see on this map, but obviously staff has the info, and those kind of higher frequency points are definitely on their radar, and I'm sure are driving their project selection. I actually, maybe a little bit opposite from what Harold said. I'm actually prefer kind of this more comprehensive version than a sort of more prioritized one, largely because I think we're just not there yet. I mean, that the first draft that staff worked on was, I think, trying to do that. And I think as we'll hear later, it just opened up a lot of questions, and there's, I think, a lot of work that needs to be done for us to have some more confidence in kind of that prioritization exercise. And so I think trying to have a more skinny down, more prioritized map right now, absent that work, to me is a little bit more at risk of then we're not showing things that we actually know are problems. And, just thinking about the recommendations of the traffic calming subcommittee, for example, and really pushing and encouraging that we're really focused on addressing known and identified safety issues. I would much rather, at least for this interim map, make sure that we can recognize where all of those things are. So if we have requests and they do match up with sort of known issues, I think I would be more concerned for this first year if those disappeared from a version of our map, and now we're saying, oh, we can't do this project because it's not on the High Entry network, even though actually it does have known safety issues. So I personally feel comfortable with this. And I mean, definitely as we go forward, we're going to need to work towards that question of prioritization and really trying to focus on the biggest issues. And I'm confident that we'll be getting there. But I think as an interim map, this works well for me. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Yang, your hand is still up. Did you have anything more?
Nope. No, okay. Sorry, forgot to raise my hand.
That's okay. All right. Any other comments? I think this is personally, I think this is a good first step. And because we're looking for review and acceptance, I would like to entertain a motion to approve this interim high injury network map. Harold?
Move approval.
Okay. Is there a second?
I can second this.
Okay. So there's a second from Bill. Discussion. Okay, seeing no hands, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote approving the interim high injury network map as proposed. If anybody wishes to vote no, please raise your hand. Okay, motion carried. Next, we need as noted on the agenda, we need a motion to refer the Vision Zero projects review and approval to the April 28th meeting. Now, there were a number of people who were registered to speak here, and we received a lot of emails. I think every effort has been made to contact those folks because we haven't been presented with the information. So we're really not planning to consider it this evening. And hopefully everybody has been reached there. So I would entertain a motion to refer item 6 to the April 28th TC meeting. Somebody willing to make that motion? Chris?
Yep, I move that.
Okay. Okay. Is there a second?
Sure, I can second.
Oh, Denise? Okay. So we have a motion to refer this item to the April 28th, 21 TC meeting. Any discussion? Okay, we'll assume unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to object or vote no. Please raise your hand if you do. Okay, motion is carried. In the spirit of consistency of discussion, if there are no objections, I would like to move item 14 forward on the agenda to talk about it now, because we have been talking a lot about what we're going to do in the future with the high injury network, and it is very much connected to item 5, and it's also connected to item 6 in that it's one of the Vision Zero projects we'll be discussing at the April 28th meeting. And since this proposal is somewhat complex, an informational presentation was brought forward this evening, so we would have a chance to preview it. Does anyone object to us taking this up right now since it's all connected? Harold?
I think that makes a lot of sense. I just want to make sure if we have people registered to speak on any of the other items, because that's a consideration if they have to stick around longer.
Do we have anybody? We do have somebody registered for item 8, do we not, Patrick?
People for 7 and 8.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
We have people for 7 and 8.
Okay. I mean, we can delay talking about this till the end if people want. That's fine. I mean, Yang had asked if we could move it up and talk about it at the same time. What's the preference? Yang, do you mind if Chris, go ahead?
I was going to say we might as well keep going with it. I think I don't think it will be that long. So
okay. Well, if we could keep it brief, Yang, I think it makes sense to. It's very related and exactly on topic. So we might need to repeat ourselves if we wait for a while to talk about it.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I think Renee can make it go fast, and yeah. Also, since we're going to bring it back as a part of a project to be approved next meeting, so you still have a chance to ask questions at a time. Just want to give you some information so you can think about it, since we're going to ask you to approve it next time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can make this pretty quick, and there's definitely a lot of information here that you can read and then ask questions, as Yang mentioned, next week as well. But what we want to do is create a high injury network that's maybe a bit more rigorous than what we could just do internally. Looking at around the country, we saw a lot of people were working with consultants or others to kind of really review this and have the best possible one to use going forward. And since we happen to have the fortunate access here as a college town to a university and some really amazing researchers who are at the Traffic Operations and Safety Lab with things that they're really interested in working on, this seemed like a really great opportunity for us to partner on this project and really get a better product in the end. So, they're going to work on they're proposing that they would work on a number of different things. The first would be sort of the network segmentation. So kind of breaking down our GIS layers so that we have really clear segments and really clear intersections to use going forward. And then we would take all of those and they would assign information on sort of the characteristics of the road segment or the intersection. So how many lanes divided, is there, a median, traffic signal, speed limit, crashes. So all of those kind of things would get inputted as well. So really understand each segment and each intersection as much as possible. And then they would, do some work around what they call the crash prediction model to kind of take some of the randomness and some of what you see if you're just looking at little periods of time out of it to try to get a bigger picture of our roadway network overall and kind of how it operates and where the crashes are likely to happen. So, they want to use as much data as they can. As I said, to take some of that anomaly out of it. So you can see there can be highs and lows, and they really want to sort of address that. And then one of the things, I might have skipped over that when I was scrolling. Yes. So in 2017, as some of you know, the crash report forms changed. And so they really feel like we really need to use that date as a way of looking at the data as well, either looking at the old form or the new form to really get the sort of best benefit from the data. Let's see. And then there's a number of different ways that you can sort of look at the sort of quantifying the road facility. So as you can see here, they list the equivalent property damage only or the level of service of safety. So they would take a look at some of those options and see how that works with our data to really try to get at, what we're trying to see is where are crashes likely to be happening that are serious and fatal. So one thing, we wanted to consider also is that this is kind of manageable and that we can replicate it on the city side. So they said, we wouldn't really need to update this data every single year, but we would want to eventually switch to the data from the new sort of format for the crash reports. And that they would include some training for staff so that we would be able to work with the model that they're creating. We could do it ourselves, that we would have that training, and it would be something that wouldn't be, only if you have a PhD, which I guess would mean Yang would have to do it every time. Like they would make it so that staff could use it going forward. And then in the development of the high entry network itself, they would really give us sort of two approaches. One, using more of this predictive model, and the other would be, using the network segmentation information that they've entered, but doing a model that is a little bit more like what we've been working on internally. So we could evaluate them, look at the options, and kind of see what we think is best going forward. And they are, as you can see, thinking it would take about 5 months. You'll see this when we come back with the projects. They're estimating $9,500 for this level of work, which I think is just a great benefit of being in a college town to have a really affordable resource like that. And then there is a nice summary at the end in the document that you have that kind of breaks it down into a more simple explanation as well. And with that, I guess we can take questions, and also we can take questions next meeting as well.
So this is how we're going to move toward refining the high injury network.
Correct. Yep.
Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, this looks very exciting, and yeah, $9,500. I'm sure you could not find a consultant to do it for that amount of money. Question about equity and vulnerable users. Does any of that go into that? I mean, I think partly I probably know the answer that, the crash reporting does, for example, not include demographics, I'm afraid. But, I don't see anything about vulnerable road users like people walking and biking. I mean, they kind of indirectly enter this, presumably through like the EPDO model. But is there more explicit consideration to look at that piece of it? And with the equity piece, I think that was one of the big pieces of Vision Zero overall. And if we can't put it in here, then like, how do we incorporate it at a later stage? Is there a plan for that? Thank you.
Sure. So, obviously the equity data, some of it will come in after we have the high injury network. We are working on seeing how much of that we can put together from the various sources we have around crash data. We want to work more with public health as well, because they have different kinds of data that can be more complete. So, I think there's a role for it, and it will it'll be something we have, but it won't necessarily be a part of this.
Yeah. However, I would like to add something to that. So I did have some conversation with Andy Bill and others at the TOPS lab, and I think even we don't have access to some of the data. But they do have access to data like a racial, some racial data. So I think that's a great point. How can we kind of build equity in this and find the information from the data? So one thing that we did, so you may know this is a version 2 of the proposal, and comparing to version 1, we made some changes. One of that is some flexibility in the work. So we can ask the UW team to add in work as we go. And we fully expect, as we move along, we'll find new things we want them to look into. So there's some buffer built in that, some flexibility as well. Also, a similar question came up at the TPBB discussion, when we're seeking guideline on the direction of this. I think Otto Foster brought up, the pet bike crashes. That's also related because they are more vulnerable, and since if we just change the condition of the crash a little bit, the outcome can be quite different. It can be just from injury crash can easily become a fatality crash. So the EPDO data that I think this study going to use incorporate some of that, because as we look at the data, we know that vulnerable users are overrepresented in the fatality data. So the EPDO will capture some of them, but not all of them, especially for those who might become a fatality. But right now it's an injury. So we'll bring the questions to UW team, and hopefully they will find a way to incorporate some of those in it.
Thanks, I appreciate it. I think the other thing that I'm just seeing here, the roadway classification, we have great data on bike infrastructure. So, I mean, if that can be incorporated into any predictive modeling, I mean, that would be really interesting for us to know, like, you know, do painted bike lanes actually have anything to do with safety outcomes, for example? And, you know, may not be possible, but mentioning it to TOPS Lab, see what they can do. I think that would be helpful. Thanks.
Okay, are there other questions or comments? I'm not seeing any hands right now. So we'll see this again next time. And thanks for agreeing to take that out of order. Okay, next we have item 7, plans for Helena and Jennifer Street and Jana Village platting. So Jim and John, which one are you going to take first? You're going to take Helena and Jennifer Street? And okay, so normally we'll ask you to go ahead and make the presentation, and then we'll ask for comments from the public, because Patrick, you said we have some folks here. And then can you tell if they're commenting on Jennifer and Helena or the other project, or is it not clear from that?
It is most likely on Helena and Jennifer, since that's the addresses that they have listed.
Okay. All right. So you want to start with that one? That would be great.
Sure. Sharing a quick plan of the project. So in 2021, we do have a proposed street reconstruction project on Jennifer, Helena, and Russell. General project limits are from Walton to Division Street over here. The Jenny Street Market and Sheps are kind of on the easterly limits of the project. If you remember, not too long ago, we did discuss potential design alternatives for the bike path crossing here, which we're showing where it's being pulled back from the intersection a little bit further. But tonight, I'm here to discuss with you a couple of things, namely related to potential street width changes on Helena and potential speed humps on Jennifer Street. So Helena right now is a 28-foot wide street with parking on both sides. Initially, our plans for this project were just to kind of replace everything as is. But as I did some field visits with our forestry representative in the area, we recognized that the terraces on Helena are quite narrow. I think they're about 4.5 feet or so, and there are several large trees. In addition to that, several of those trees have very large limbs hanging low over the roadway. And if our forestry department would try to prune those up to our ordinance required height clearance over the street, there would essentially be nothing of the tree left, so they would be removals. So we were looking at potential options for how we could do the street reconstruction, protect these trees, and then we came up with a couple of options. So option 1, which is what we're currently proposing, is to narrow Helena Street to 26 feet wide as a typical section and reduce the parking to one side of the street only. And it would also include some small bump out areas around some of these trees with low-hanging limbs over the street. So we could protect those trees and still build the project and get the curb and gutter in. So these bump out areas would narrow the street down to about 24 feet in those areas, and we would restrict parking in these locations. But most of these areas, we would have parking restricted anyway because they're at T intersections. There would be a couple of additional parking stalls removed. So this would essentially reduce the on-street parking availability on Helena Street to about half of what it would be otherwise. But it does provide some benefits of reducing the street width. We would have the bump outs. We did receive a couple of complaints about snow storage space over this last winter, and I think our streets division was even out here removing snow from some of the terraces as well. And this would also provide an opportunity to replant terrace trees that would grow with a wider canopy than the trees that are out there, or that we would otherwise replant in those narrow terraces. So with all of that in mind, that's kind of why we're proposing the 26-foot wide street. And earlier this winter, we did hold a public informational meeting, and we had sent out a survey to the residents. I've got that attached here at the end. So Helena Street we had sent out a survey asking for preferences on a 28-foot wide street, which is the other alternative to preserve parking on both sides of the street. We would also have bump outs around several of those trees. There was one of the trees with low-hanging limbs we would otherwise have to remove, but it would be a fairly similar design, but limit the tree planting opportunities. So the second question down here was regarding the Helena street width. And there was a preference from the neighborhood, including a preference from those only on Helena Street for that 26-foot wide option with parking on one side, as opposed to a 28-foot wide street with parking on both sides. The other item that I would like to bring to the commission's attention is we did receive requests for traffic calming on Jennifer Street. We took a look at potential speed hump locations, and really with the way the driveways are spaced along the street, we have an opportunity for 2 potential speed humps just east of the Walton intersection and just east of the Russell intersection. I think we had a late addition. Traffic engineering department did just do a speed study out there that hopefully everybody on the commission saw. I think this last page is kind of the summary sheet that what they found out there was of the 454 vehicles on Helena Street on that particular day, there were 11 going over 30 miles per hour, so it's 2.6% over 30 miles per hour. And the 85th percentile was 25.6 feet. Similar to the street width on Helena, we had included the speed humps on Jennifer Street with our survey. For everyone kind of in the general project area, the response was a 62.5% preferred, including the speed humps on Jennifer Street, while the Jennifer Street residents only, it was about 56% would like to see the speed humps. So we're looking to get the commission's recommendation for potential street width and design on Helena Street, and thoughts and recommendations for those possible speed humps on Jennifer Street. I think that's my quick presentation.
Okay, we have public comment then, Patrick?
Yes, there is. Kyle Hansen supports, wishes to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Kyle, go ahead.
Hi. All right, thanks. So I'm a resident of Helena Street, and I want to thank Jim for his work on this. So I'm quite excited to see that that the survey came out, and I'm one of the people that support the narrower street width and preserving the trees. In fact, I would actually like to see go even further. I mean, about half the street now is narrowed down to 24 feet, and I'd rather just see the whole thing 24 feet. I think our parking utilization on the street is less than 25%. So I think we'll have plenty of room to park all the people that currently use the on-street parking, which is myself occasionally as well. And I just like the idea of preserving the trees we have and allowing for more medium-sized trees and a larger terrace. Better walkability. I have 3 young kids, and so I'm very concerned about the movement of cars down the street, which is one of the reasons why I'd actually like to see it even narrower. One thing that Jim presented that in the text but didn't actually mention was that one of the ideas that he had was maybe alternating the side that the parking was on. If it's only on one side or the other, alternating as it goes down the street might add some confusion, but might slow the cars down. Because moving from a 2-lane to 2 parking on both sides with 1 travel lane to parking on one side with still a travel lane, the travel lane is that the travel lane actually gets bigger, even though we're narrowing the street. And so my only concern is that we'll see a little more speed. And so I'd actually go for a 24-foot width the whole way. I know that wasn't an option, but it wasn't an option on the survey either. And the other thing I want to mention is I really like what he did with the Eastwood and brought that path back. That's excellent. But this continues to be a very, very difficult crossing across Eastwood. And I know it's at the limits of the project, but adding a pedestrian crossing across Eastwood would be amazing. I used to cross there every day to drop my kids off at daycare, and the number of people that stop there is just so abysmally low. I don't know why it's tough to get drivers to stop, but a blinking pedestrian cross light there would be an enormous benefit. And so if that could be included in this project, that'd be wonderful. Thanks.
Thank you, Kyle. Does anybody have any questions for Kyle?
Could I respond to a couple of things quick?
Sure.
Just to confirmation, I did not mention it, but yes, I think we would plan to do parking on different sides of the street with the 26-foot option. So I think the way things play out on the 2000 block here, it would be on the northerly side, and on the 1800 block, it could be on the southerly side. And we are planning to install an RFB for that pedestrian crossing of Eastwood up here with the project.
Great.
Good,
other comments or questions for Kyle? Okay, thank you, Kyle. Next, Patrick.
Thomas Baumann neither supports nor opposes and wishes to speak.
Chair, there's no one in the list by that name.
Okay. They might have given up. Is that it, Patrick?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so discussion, comments, questions. Grant, go ahead.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation, Jim. Yeah, I think very supportive overall. I think I agree with some of the comments by Kyle, and I don't know how much this is just related to kind of our typical sections and what we're sort of willing to consider, but I think there is some potential that you go from a 28-foot two-sided parking to, even though you're narrowing it down to 26, but limiting parking on one side, it does, from a sort of traffic calming perspective, it does kind of open the street up more. So I don't know if that was considered to just bring it down to the 24-foot throughout the stretch. I mean, I know it starts to raise questions with fire about access, et cetera, and things can narrow a little bit more in the winter, but particularly if there's only parking on one side, I think it's really helpful to kind of go as aggressive as we can on the narrowing. So either, thinking about that, bringing it down to the 24 and or considering putting some even bigger bump outs kind of strategically where it's sort of forcing those yield sections, like would happen if it were in its current state and you had a car parked, on both sides, it'd be a one way, one lane there would really force people to slow down to kind of navigate that. So I don't know if either of those things were considered or if they're still options, but I don't know, maybe you could speak to that.
So they weren't really considered. The 26-foot width was kind of the agreed upon width amongst staff, or the most comfortable that we felt with maintaining parking on one side, just from emergency vehicle access, street maintenance vehicles, garbage trucks, some of those things. And that's consistent with some of the other projects that we're doing in the area, like up on Dunning, Jackson, and La Follette. I think we narrowed one of those streets to 26 feet with parking on one side as well. So we're just trying to kind of stay consistent with some of those other projects as well. And there some of the bump outs in here with how the trees were kind of spaced. The bump outs are actually fairly long. So I think we'd have some concerns with narrowing too much in those areas too. So I think the street widths that we're proposing right now are where we felt comfortable narrowing the street down to.
I don't know, maybe we can get into it through the Complete Streets initiative, but I do think we need to push ourselves a bit to really get some of those advantages of the skinny yield streets. For Jenny Street, I mean, I like how you all have been considering adding street humps, with the projects. That was or will be a recommendation from the traffic calming subcommittee, and I really appreciate seeing you guys take that to heart already. That being said, based on the data that you shared, it doesn't look like there's really much of a speeding problem there today, which kind of matches my personal experience in that stretch. Do you know, is the cost of those, is that sort of full city cost for installation? Is that assessed as part of the project, or who's responsible for the cost of installation of those?
That'd be all city cost. And we did want to bring this to the commission because there are increased maintenance costs occasionally too, because they are a little bit more challenging to plow with some of the gutter blockages that we get with icing and some of those things too.
Yeah, so I mean, I think, I guess from where I'm at, given that it's, I think the way we've tried to approach it with as part of the traffic calming, the neighborhood traffic management program, I think if this project would show up on that list with, I think 2% or something speeding and not really very extreme speeding, I think I would probably be in favor of saving those resources and investing them in other areas that have much more significant problems. I know this is a good opportunity to do it, but I think if we're not actually seeing a kind of a real issue there, I think we should be a little bit careful to just install them. And it also looks like the feedback was a little bit mixed, and kind of almost 50-50 in terms of in favor of support. So that's my perspective on that one. And then great to hear that we're doing improved ped crossing for Eastwood. Very happy to hear that. And I like the realignment of the path crossing. Do you know, is there going to be any special pavement markings or anything else with that path crossing to really try and highlight that? And were you able to bring the kind of the grade of that up to really reduce sort of the grade differential for the path users, or where did that end up at?
Both great questions. At a minimum, I think we're planning to do green markings for the crossing there. I've been trying to get the horizontal elements of the project set here before getting into some of the great things. So I don't have an answer yet, but I'll certainly keep that in mind as we start getting into the vertical design part of the project.
That sounds great. Yeah, if as much as you're able to kind of keep it, mostly level with the path, that really would be helpful. And having a little bit of a hump there for motor vehicle traffic would help call that out for them as well. So nice work with the project.
Thanks.
Bill, go ahead.
Thank you. I really appreciate the great work that you guys did, Jim, on this project. I think it's a great design. I am going to second what Alder Foster said regarding the speed humps I just don't think they're necessary looking at the data. I mean, that's frankly, to get those speeds down, or they're at that right now. So I don't really see justification to put in speed humps. Yeah, I mean, if we did on this project, we'd have them on every project. And I still not supportive of putting speed humps across every street in the city. So regardless of when we do it. So, but I also like the concept of how we're putting the bump outs and the street widths and so forth. So I think it's a great, yeah. And also the other thing I wanted to say about those speed humps, it was not a clear majority of the people. It was just a little over 50%, or even if it's, so I think there's just, I don't think people are just overwhelmed with speed humps. So I don't, they're not needed for this project. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay, other comments? So I'm hearing I'm hearing a lot of good comments about the narrowing of the street and use of the bump outs, the crossing at Eastwood, but that folks are not in favor of speed humps here, which is in line with what we have discussed as we talk about the neighborhood traffic management program, as well as what we've talked about at the traffic calming subcommittee. So if someone want to make a motion with regard to Helena and Jennifer Street, since it sounds like we're not totally supportive. Grant, go ahead.
I would move recommending the design for Helena as recommended by staff, and recommend to not install speed humps at this time on Jennifer.
Okay. Is that a second, Bill?
That is a second.
Okay, discussion? I don't see any hands up for discussion. So we have a motion to approve the design for Helena as recommended by staff and not install the speed humps on Jennifer Street. Any other discussion? Okay, I'll assume unanimous consent vote in favor of that motion unless anyone's opposed. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing no hands, the motion is carried. Great, thanks everybody. How about Jana, is it Jana Village Planning? Am I saying that correctly?
Yes, yeah, hi. Yep, that's Jana Village is what you say. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me share my screen here.
And John, you want to introduce yourself? I don't know if you've been here.
Yeah, this is my first meeting. I'm John Sapp. I work in engineering. I'm a transportation engineer, do private development design primarily.
Welcome to the TC.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so hopefully, can you guys see my screen? Just kind of an overview of where the project is?
We can, yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, so Commercial Avenue, County Trunk Highway T is one street to the south, and then Felon Road is a north-south street where the Jana Village plat will be connecting into, and Jana Village itself is kind of this green parcel within that red rectangle. Just give you a little background where we're at. And yeah, I worked with Sean Malloy in traffic engineering. We laid out all the geometrics for the whole plat. And I've documented here what are the limits kind of for phase one of the plat, and that's going to be for construction this fall. Phase two was, they were hoping for this fall, but that really is dependent on what our staff time is able to produce. Okay, so for Felon Road, we're looking at doing, at this time, just a 12-foot bike path. The rest of the street would be built out with a bigger city public works project. And along Blissful Avenue, we're looking at doing a 10-foot wide bike path along one side, along the north side of the street. And the rest of the streets are local streets, and we've addressed some of the issues with the T intersections by having bump outs be part of that design. And then just for full context, this is rotated from that previous view. Blissful Avenue actually curls around and becomes City View Drive, which is a street that's already been partially constructed. I can kind of just show that in our overview here with GT Viewer, give some context. I don't really have it traced out, but essentially Blissful kind of goes like this. It kind of curls around and changes name to become City View Drive, which is a street built north of Lean Road. So, to summarize, yeah, Blissful is kind of the collector street that comes off of Felon, another collector street. And what we're really proposing here now is, building the full build out of Blissful, the collector, and the local streets, which I have kind of the dimensions on the exhibit here. I guess that's what I'm looking for, is some guidance or approval of the configuration, everything that I've shown here.
Go ahead.
Thank you. What's the expected cross section for Blissful going to look like?
Yeah, so it's 48 face-to-face, and I had that question myself when I was looking at this with Sean. So I have just a little sketch he had that hopefully that helps to answer. So it looks like bike path and some on-street bike lanes here. So we've got, 10-foot travel lanes both directions, 6-foot bike lane, 8-foot parking, 8-foot terrace on one side, 7 on the other, and then more traditional sidewalk on one side of the street, and then 10-foot wide kind of sidewalk bike path on the north side of the street.
And then the the 10-foot side path is expected to continue for the duration of that street.
Yeah, and it, when it curls up to City View already has a path built on the east side of it, which I don't think our aerial photo would be up to date with that, but it's coordinated to that, you know, it would stay all on that side of the street, and I think you can kind of see it here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's great. Thank you. And then what? So if you look at like Blissful and I guess Walking Way, for example, what's the setback from? So if you're I guess that's west on Blissful, and then take a right on Walking Way, for example. What's the distance to where the bike path crossing will be from the travel lane on Blissful? Like what's the setback basically?
Let me see if I can bring up that exhibit here. Yeah, because essentially what these bump outs do, narrow the street 6 feet, and it would just be the 6 plus 8 plus.
I think it'd be 21 feet, John.
21 feet? Yeah, yep. Thank you. Okay, 21 feet is what we're looking at. That's this crossing I think you're referring to.
So what's as a car starts to make a right turn onto Walking Way?
Yeah.
How much from the right edge of that travel lane to the beginning of the bike path crossing?
Yeah. Okay. Yep. That's 21 feet.
That's the 20. Okay. And then the 38-foot street section on Walking Way. What's up with that one?
I have to defer to Sean, but I think the intention there is to maintain parking on both sides because we have a park here, and the first phase of this, just for context, is multifamily housing. Yeah, Sean, I think that 38 to maintain parking.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Is that with the park on one side, and then multifamily, hopefully with some commercial, we see parking density a little higher, so we are anticipating parking on both sides of the street with the 38, and then it narrows down to 32 when we get to the single family homes as you go north.
Okay. And still having parking on both sides in the 32, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. Unless any other issues come up, our plan is to have parking on both sides to sort of act as traffic calming there. We don't expect it to be densely parked where you can't pull over and allow a car to go through. It's hopefully sparse enough. That's what we've experienced, that the traffic can go both directions in the 32 in the single family homes.
Well, I guess just overall feedback would be maybe to take another look at Blissful. I know this has been sort of a tradition and a history of saying, well, we want to, we're going to do a side path and on-street bike lanes. And, there's certainly folks in the past that have advocated for that. I'm of the belief that we should be just really focused on creating something that's going to work for everybody. And that's, definitely going to be a separated or a protected facility. So that, the side path option. And I'm not convinced that have another 12 feet of pavement for on-street bike lanes on what's probably going to be a busier, faster road
if you have a good quality path right there, it seems like you're giving up you're putting a lot of unnecessary pavement in there, and also just makes the road that much wider and faster. So I don't know, where other folks are at, but I'm not a real big fan of putting in both basically high stress bike lanes as well as a low stress side path. And I think the main argument is, well, commuter cyclists don't want to have to use a bad quality side path, which I would also agree with. But I think if we repurpose some of that and made the street crossings really high quality for the path and prioritized it, that would be my preference, to really make that side path work as a high quality bike route, and then not take up another 12 feet of right of way with some high stress bike lanes.
So I guess I have a question. So if we were to narrow the street, say to 38, and remove the bike lanes on the street, we could widen the path, 12 maybe. I'd like to see the crosswalks, I guess, closer to the intersection then, or farther from the intersection. If you,
further is better. It sounds like if you've got 20 some feet, you're probably good. I know there's some recommended ranges out there, but yeah, I wouldn't push them closer to the roadway, but even just, either skinning up the entire right of way and moving the developments closer, or having wider terraces, to me would be preferable than have bike lanes on a kind of fast street. And I think it would also allow you to make those bump outs more pronounced then as well, right? Because you're leaving space, and you'd be able to close those in much tighter. Obviously, checking your turning templates, et cetera. But I think you could probably shrink them at least a little bit, or expand them. Excuse me.
Okay, so maybe. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Did you have another comment on that? Otherwise, Chris has something to add.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, just for what it's worth, I'll second the idea about tightening up Blissful. I also thought it looked like a bunch of pavement. I was wondering whether the parking was really needed, because it would be just as bad to have a bunch of empty pavement for parking that doesn't get used. But I think tightening it up with the bike lanes makes just as much sense. But either way, I don't think we want to be here another 10 years from now talking about speed humps because we made the road too wide. So tighten anything up that you can.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Harold?
Yeah, I support that too. One addition, maybe looking at one-way multi-use path on both sides, rather, or I guess it's anyway, like putting a wider sidewalk / multi-use path on both sides of Blissful with the expectation that you have one-way bike traffic versus having something wider only on one side and only a sidewalk on the other. I think considering that would also be good, because there is I guess I'm not sure what development is going to look like, how many driveways are going to cross that multi-use path. But having the two-way bike traffic on one side is always potentially more problematic than having one-way bike traffic. So maybe look at that as well. Thanks.
Okay, any comments or responses back?
Yeah, I was just gonna to summarize, we could look at and what discuss more with Sean, of course, and check some of this with templates, but potentially on Blissful reduce that 48 to a 38. If you're just gonna do the same, that 36 through here, we'd reduce to, I don't know, maybe 26 or 28. A lot of that again will depend on the turning template. I think we talked about that before, Sean. I don't know what your thoughts are on possibly widening the south if we got more room, or would we want to just would we want to go 10 feet on the north side I'm sorry, would we want to maybe go to 12 foot on the north side, 5 foot on the south, or would we want to widen both sides? I guess that's kind of a question I had.
And I see Grant has his hand up, so maybe you want to hold on that to see what he has to say first.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Go ahead, Grant.
Yeah, I was going to actually second what Harold recommended. I would say a 10 foot on both sides would be great, because that, if you don't have it there and people are on the other side, they'll end up riding their bikes on there anyway. And if it's a 5 foot sidewalk, that never works great. So yeah, I think doing 10 foot on both sides would be a good suggestion.
So 10 foot bike path, one-way bike path on both sides, correct?
I think the biggest challenge I could see there is then transitioning to the, I think to the north, it's only a 10 foot. So at some point it would have to transition, because the build condition to the north is a 10 foot only on one side. So, although now that I think about it, the west hasn't been platted. So, it's something maybe we should come back with an alternative perhaps for consideration.
If that's what you would prefer.
Yeah, I don't know. First meeting here, sorry.
That's okay. Sean, what are your thoughts?
I guess we have an option to come back. John did bring up a good point about the section to the north, because I guess the reason we have a path, in this section is that it's one of the MGO paths in the area, and it's supposed to hook up with the railroad, path that goes along the railroad. So if we wanted to do 10 feet on both sides, I think we do have an opportunity to do that on both sides all the way up to where the railroad crosses. So, that could be an option. I guess if we can't figure that out today, we can always come back. But to me, that seems like that's doable.
Yeah, actually looking here, I don't think much of the west side sidewalk on City View has been built. So, of course, there'd be considerations with the developer and everything. But if we wanted, and Sean,
it'd be a 5 foot extra easy.
Yeah,
I don't think it's an extreme ask.
I don't think so. Yeah. I guess I wouldn't be able to 100% confirm that we could do it here, the 10 foot on both sides. Is there a way we could? I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, I think even if you're not able to continue it all the way up, it would still be preferable for that section to have the access on the south/west side. And then, if you can continue it, great. But if not, it's not the worst thing in the world to have a 10 foot transition back to a 5, after lean or something.
Okay.
That way, maybe you don't have to come back.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, we'll shoot for, if we can't get that 10 foot both side, we'll plan on coming back. I think, is that where we've left it? We'll narrow up the middle and try to get 10 foot path there on both sides.
Sounds like what I heard.
Okay.
Any disagreement from those folks who have been making comments? Okay, so we're going to narrow up the street and have 10 foot one-way bike path on both sides for this stretch of the road. Did I miss anything there? Is what the suggestion is? And this is just a review and feedback on this one. So, they're not providing you with a motion. They're just providing you with feedback.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, okay. Yeah, my only concern is if it went to the next meeting, this developer has been waiting 4 years for this development. So it really puts our schedule behind if we can't start to finalize our geometrics. So I appreciate that.
Yep, I think we have that then.
Perfect.
Okay, great. Okay, let's move on. Is there anything else, or we're ready to move on? Okay, let's move on to item number 8, which is the staff update on the special pedestrian phase recall timing installed during the pandemic. Who's going to take this?
Graham Heights.
Okay.
Just a reintroduction. Graham Heights, traffic engineering, electrical section. The intent of this is just to provide an update as far as traffic engineering's plan for restored traffic signal timing adjustments that were made during the COVID pandemic. I think there was an informational kind of a brief included in the packet for this meeting. Maybe a little dry, but I might just kind of plow through that again for folks just to refresh memories and kind of where things are at. So just to bring folks up to date, I believe this is a topic that had come up to the commission before when kind of the pandemic ensued and kind of some of the steps that traffic engineering was taking. So beginning in March 2020, we started changing the manner in which signalized pedestrian crossings were being operated at some intersections around the city. Those intersections had push button actuations for the pedestrian crossings of some major intersections. And this response was based on early studies that had indicated that the COVID virus could be transmitted through surface contact. And so what that allowed for was the pedestrian phase to be served without a pedestrian coming in contact with equipment in the environment. But it does mean that each and every cycle, the pedestrian phase is brought up. And so what that does is it kind of treats the signal like a pre-timed operation and has the effect of reducing the signal's ability to respond to actual traffic volumes at the intersection. And so I guess with regards to that, some of the intersections that were selected for this kind of a treatment were locations that had a relatively high ped and bike crossing use in proximity to land uses that include transit stops, essential services, and locations like near hospitals or retirement homes and so forth. So in total, 72 traffic signals had their phases recalled. And just to reduce the potential for COVID transmission. Earlier this year, we reached out to Dane County Public Health and wanted to verify kind of where the status of those studies were, especially as we anticipated traffic volumes to rebound as people began going back to work and so forth, and basically develop a plan for how we may choose to transition back to what we consider normal operations, I suppose. And what we found is that the current studies seem to suggest that the potential for COVID transmission through environmental contact, particularly outdoors, I believe, where there's exposure to UV light and elements, is greatly reduced from what was initially had thought. So what we did was come up with a plan, and I can just, if it's okay, just share my screen really quick. See if I can do this. And I'm not sure how visible it's going to be. I'm not really going to want to go through. You guys able to see the memo? Okay, or is that?
Yes, we can, and everybody should have read it ahead of time, Graham. So
sure. Okay. And so I just want to quickly go to the list, and what we kind of have is 3 categories, if you will. Intersections where we've already removed recalls, either due to specific request or operational issues. And intersections where we're going to recommend removal of the recalls more immediately, I suppose. There's no, I don't think, imminent plan to go out there like next week and start changing the operations from this. But as far as locations where in the blue category, kind of where we want to focus based on primarily traffic volumes and just minimizing user delay. And so that's kind of the middle group there. And then the green group is ones where we certainly don't have a plan at this point, but we want to just kind of keep things on our radar as far as the continued operations at those locations. So what we have is in this list is kind of representative of or how we have things categorized rather, is representative of, I think, what we have based on our own experience at these locations and then road user feedback from alders, constituents. We have been getting comments regarding some of these locations some more than others at certain locations, as well as some input from Madison Fire Department, honestly, regarding some of the operations as it pertains to their response to emergencies and so forth. So I guess with that, I'll just kind of open it up to questions and so forth. I didn't know if there was anything in particular, but just wanted to provide this update.
So thank you, Graham. There is one thing I just want to add that I think generally we would like to keep the COVID special timing for as long as possible. And we do have also plans to look into whether we can make some of them permanent. So that's just a couple of things I want to add.
Okay, Bridget, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm glad to get an update on this. The signals around my place, which is sort of the John Nolan and Broome area, which I use 4+ times a day. I've noticed that since they've been on automatic timing, the sort of near misses that I've experienced have gone down pretty significantly, which I found really interesting. And I don't know if it's just a matter of habit for people or what causes that. But I guess I would advocate for certainly keeping, and I see that John Nolan and North Shore and John Nolan and Broome are looking at subject to operational needs. I'm not quite sure what that means, but in both situations there, it's been really problematic trying to cross for a long time. And I know that you guys put the no right turn arrow, the LED arrow up, which I don't think that's particularly, maybe it's helped, but not in my experience necessarily, because the folks are just looking at the red arrow and they're looking left and they're not really looking right at the pedestrians coming from the path. But I guess I'd like to have more conversation, whether it's, in this commission or outside of it, about the potential to keep some of the automatic timing for the lights. And I guess to talk about some of the timing in general there, because some of it doesn't quite seem on track for, certainly I know that motor vehicle accommodations have to move traffic, but it makes it so that a pedestrian has to wait through sometimes 2 light cycles to be able to make an entire crossing across multiple lanes of traffic, which is frustrating at best, but I also see a lot of people darting out in traffic as well. So that's all. Just wanted to comment on that. Thank you.
Okay, Chris, go ahead.
Do we have members of the public that had registered on this one?
Oh, I'm sorry, we do. Is that correct? We received emails from people. Do we have anybody registered to speak, Patrick?
We do. Alexander Harding wishes to speak.
Are you there, Alexander?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I sent an email, actually I think 2 emails, one with the follow-up, and I hope everyone saw the video I emailed on Dutch pedestrian button design.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and to recap, in the US, push buttons only help increase car volume and increase pedestrian delay. They never increase or decrease pedestrian delay. And in the Netherlands, push buttons are a tool to help all road users, cars and pedestrians alike, to minimize all road user delay. In the Netherlands, if there's no conflicting traffic and you push the button, you get a walk signal, which kind of just makes sense, right? So kind of talking, we're taking an inequitable and abused tool, which is the United States pedestrian push button, And we're applying it in an inequitable way, at least in this proposal, which is taking all their feedback, public input, roadway and traffic conditions into account to decide whether to keep automatic recalls or not. And so it's kind of two inequitable things all combined. So there's a couple equitable choices, at least relative to previous conditions. We could put all pedestrian push buttons back to the way they were pre-COVID, which is, again, just relative to previous conditions, is neutral. Or you could freeze the current conditions and find an equitable way to decide how to address pedestrian buttons citywide to help all road users, no matter where they are geographically, instead of just peak hour car traffic, which is predominantly white, male, single occupant commuters. Thanks.
Does anybody have any questions for Alexander?
Just a comment. Assuming there's our signals are operating what we call a free mode. I mean, if there is no demand, another approach is that would otherwise need to serve or extend for either a vehicle or a bike, or there's no other pedestrian movements currently active. The response time for ped actuation shouldn't be too bad. In an urban environment, there can be some other competition for that. I guess for that real estate in the intersection, if you will, just depending on how many vehicles may be on approach, or if there's a different pedestrian crossing that had been actuated that would be served, that may otherwise conflict with that potential crossing. So I guess in an ideal world, yes, that would be the case, I think, at most of the city's signalized intersections as well. But I just wanted to respond to that thought. I can appreciate there's other competition out there for certain.
Great, thanks for that. Bridget, your hand is still up. Did you have more to say now that we've finished with is there more public testimony, Patrick?
There are more registrants, yes.
Go ahead.
There's a Connor Stone opposes and wishes to speak.
Connor, go ahead.
There's no Connor Stone in the list, but the next speaker is here.
Okay, and that's Kyle Hansen, opposes and wishes to speak.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Hi, I spoke at the previous one on Helena Street, so I'll try to make it brief, but I oppose this as well, particularly the same intersection that was mentioned before, the John Nolan Drive in North Shore and Broome. The button it doesn't really even change the phasing much. It just changes if it's going to say walk or not. And I guess some evaluation of whether these buttons are even needed. I will say that I've never been in an intersection in Madison where you push the button and then it comes more often. It seems like it's always occurs the pedestrian crossing the same time in the phasing, which isn't great. But even more so, I think that if you can look at these intersections and at least figure out ones that it doesn't even change the phase timing hardly at all. Like I would say John Nolan and North Shore, I bike that every single day. And I think it doesn't change the phasing at all. And it just leads to mass confusion when you have 10 cyclists waiting to cross there and pedestrians. And then the first person just doesn't realize you have to push the button. And so you're all stuck in chaos while people are trying to go past because there's no walk sign and it's supposed to be, dangerous event. And the other thing is just some thought is that if you looked at the high injury network, just funny enough, about half the intersections that are mentioned here were dots on that map. And so I think removing I don't think this change is going to be a move in the right direction. So I would say that we should give more thought into doing this, leave it how it currently is, give more thought into it before making these changes.
Thanks, Kyle. Does anybody have any question for Kyle? Who else do we have?
That's it for speakers.
Okay, thanks. Chris, thanks for waiting. You're up.
I'm up? Cool.
You are.
Okay. First of all, thanks, Alexander, for sticking it out to say that. I appreciate your input. I don't think it warranted response. So just thanks. I'll echo some of what Bridget said and some of also what Kyle said. I think there is a lot of merit in what we've seen in moving these to walk always, both in terms of we're seeing folks respect them more because they expect them all the time. And I think there is some truth to the fact that they don't change the signal timing all that much, if at all. I don't think the point needs to be belabored, but I'm thinking of one that I'm familiar with is East Wash and First Street, where I had plenty of experiences trying to, hit the button in time and not making it in time, only to realize that all it did was not give me a walk signal. And I think lots of folks then walk against the signal, and drivers actively disregard them because they know they don't have the walk signal. And I've seen drivers do pretty lousy things to pedestrians who are trying to cross there because they missed the walk signal. So I guess to that point, and I know that's one where there's operational considerations, I think it's just worth evaluating the trade-off of these things. So I don't think we should be moving back to the buttons on a lot of these without looking at them case by case and deciding what the merit of going back to that is, and even going out there and using them to see how they operate. So that's just my feedback on this.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Grant, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I'm going to echo a lot of what has been said already. I was honestly a little disappointed to see this item. I remembered back when we were talking about some of these things when they first kind of went into effect, and I could swear I remember the comment that maybe these are things that we can just sort of keep permanently. This was sort of one of my hopes, was this would be a good permanent scar of COVID, as we could peel back some of this massive prioritization towards prioritizing or minimizing delay for drivers at the expense of pedestrians. And it's just not true to say that it's fine for pedestrians. You push a button and it'll come up pretty fast. I mean, my personal experience is so different with these. I mean, even ones that aren't really high volume, like Dempsey and Cottage Grove, Racewood and Cottage Grove. I mean, I walk all the time, and I can't tell you how awesome it is on a regular basis to be able to be walking and, just be able to cross the street, just like cars can often just keep going. And that never, ever, ever happened. You always had to stop, you push the button. You always had a fair amount of wait time, even if there was nobody around. And so, yeah, I don't think we should be doing this. If there are real serious operational concerns, if there's a really strong reason why it's causing massive issues, okay, take a look at that. But I think our bar should be very high. I think there's so many benefits to keeping these in place, certainly from just an accessibility perspective. But, that question of safety that I think Bridget raised, I think Chris mentioned it as well. I mean, I do it. I know how this stuff works, and I catch myself crossing on don't walks because it's not set up to actually give me the walk when I could have it, when I should have it. There's a green light going in the same direction. I know how the whole thing is operating, but it's trying to cheat a couple seconds for drivers by not putting a walk sign up there so that they can more easily transition if somebody else comes. So I'm going to cross on that do not walk. And that's not a kind of behavior that we want to reinforce. So I feel really strongly about this one. I think our standard should be the standard recall, and only if there's really strong reason to put in a beg button should we be doing it, and not the other way around. So I would really encourage staff to really pause on this, take a real deep hard look, and also at some point, I don't know what the staff resources would be needed to do this, but I'd really like to think about an initiative to actually review our PED signals kind of across the board, because there are so many of them, like I said, where they're not routinely ever going on with the green lights. And there are places where they really should be. And we're leaning so heavy on these beg buttons, and it's not a good environment for pedestrians. So I'm strongly encourage us to slow down on this. We should have as a baseline standard recall. We don't need beg buttons unless we really, really need them. Thanks.
Thanks, Grant. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, this is a question for Justin. I mean, I fully agree with what Chris, Bridget, and Grant have said. And so, I mean, I think the one piece with the operational concerns, which I guess is code for motor vehicle traffic, is there any concern with Metro being slowed down? Because, I mean, I think that's one of the exceptions where I can see a good case, if this is posing challenges for reliability of Metro, where buses regularly have to wait, even though there's no point in doing so. That might be one thing. So is that one of the concerns?
Justin, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think, it's certainly anything that slows down traffic by definition. If the buses are in traffic, it's going to slow down the bus as well. But also all of our riders are also pedestrians as they access bus stops, and many of them have to cross the street. And so I see this, really as kind of a double-edged sword for us. One thing I will point out, so I personally agree. I don't like the pedestrian actuation buttons. But when we get to the point when we start talking about transit signal priority around BRT, unfortunately, that is when it's on pedestrian recall, transit signal priority is very heavily, transit signal priority is not very effective when pedestrian recall is in place. Again, that's not necessarily a reason not to do it, but I just want you all to be aware of that, just because there's often the cross streets are already at their minimum amount of green time because of the pedestrian crossing times necessary. And so when pedestrian recall is in place, there's very little opportunity for TSP to do much for us. But again, all of our passengers are also crossing the street, so that's not necessarily a reason not to do it.
Thanks. And one more point. I mean, I think one of the commenters pointed out this, like, oh yeah, a lot of these are on the Vision Zero network. And I mean, when we have had discussion about one of the effects of the pandemic, you have less congestion, therefore you have higher vehicle speed. So I mean, I think this is a real safety consideration as well, where, I mean, on my corner, where this is one of the affected ones at Regent at Allen, I mean, I think it does have a positive impact on speeds on the main street, where, like, at least occasionally now you have a red light. So I think there might be negative safety impacts too, to create ever more free-flowing traffic there. So yeah, let's slow down with this and not undo one of the things that may have been one of the few positive outcomes of the pandemic.
Yeah. Denise, I don't want to call you out on this, but I'm very curious about your thoughts with regard to the standard recall versus what people are calling beg buttons. How do you feel about that?
Yes, thinking about it. Thanks, Anne, for asking. The predictability of having them preset is really helpful, and having the walk light actually go on for those of us who can see it. If it doesn't have any kind of audio, then it doesn't matter really what the signal is doing, because we need the audio. But I would imagine that the ones, if they're programmed to just go in the cycle, if they had an audio, that would go with the cycle as well. And it would be great, because it is frustrating to push the button, never get the walk light, try to second guess. I can't second guess. I won't second guess. So I can stand through multiple signals after I push the button and never get a walk light. So I think looking at the signals period and how are they being utilized, it slowing down and really looking at this more systematically makes a lot of sense.
So there's a general, thank you very much, Denise. I'm hearing many comments to slow down and not move forward with this unless there's more study that's done. So Yang and Graham, how do you feel about slowing this down and looking at it a little bit more? We got emails, we heard testimony, and we've heard from a lot of commissioners who are saying and recognizing many benefits from keeping these in place. So what are your thoughts about slowing down on moving these back?
I'd like to say something real quick and then defer to Yang quick. So I guess outside of, separate of this meeting, we've also had discussions, as mentioned before, with Madison Fire. And so they were disappointed to learn that during their response calls, if there was a automated ped recall, say crossing at 6th Street, that would hold off the emergency vehicle preemption. And were, I guess, expressed their desire for us to review things the other way. So I just wanted to recognize that since they're not present this evening. And just wanted to point out too, I heard the comment about walking against the PED signal. I've also talked to another gentleman the other day who admitted to running reds because he was frustrated by the number of stops. And so I think there's a balance there. I am hearing what is being said, I think, and I think I understand the concerns. So perhaps it's worth a review of this list based on some of the outstanding criteria that we are kind of trying to balance and maybe adjusting things slightly. But I wanted to at least share those other perspectives as well. So.
Sure, I understand, but there's a pretty strong message here. Bridget, go ahead before we go to Yang.
Yeah, just a quick question, and maybe Yang can answer this as well. I guess I had assumed that there was the ability to program prioritization. So, for example, emergency vehicles could trigger the ability to change the signals. And understanding, of course, if somebody is in the middle of the block, walking across, they'll have to hurry, which may not always be an option. But is it not possible for the city to put in a hierarchy of the signalization and allow, in certain situations, for emergency vehicles to change the signals themselves?
And Bridget, if I can just piggyback on that, what Justin was talking about, the transit signal priority, can that be programmed as well as what you just asked?
Yeah, I can answer that. I think, Graham probably have something to add, as I think he definitely is knows more about details than I do now. I used to work on all details, but not anymore. There is a structure there. I'm glad, Bridget and you brought it up. So we can have a prioritization structure for emergency vehicles and also for transit vehicles. We're also thinking about maybe in the future for snowplows, things like that. And the emergency vehicles also actually mentioned railroad operation. Typically, they have the highest priority, and that's called a preemption, which means that they cannot stop. For real, they cannot stop. So we have to make sure we clear the intersection before the train arrives, and we like to clear the intersection before the emergency vehicle arrives. So that's called preemption. That's the highest priority. And the last level down is signal priority. So that's what we're going to use for the BRT system, which means that when the bus is approaching, we get a green to them as quickly as we can. Or when the bus is approaching, the red light's about to come up, we delay it so that the bus can just catch the end of the green, so they can pass by without waiting another cycle. So that's a kind of little bit lower priority. And Justin is very correct in that sometimes these ped recalls really limit our ability to do the preemption for emergency vehicles, for trains, and also for the priority for buses and for snowplows, because you just cannot take that time away, right? When the path minimum time to cross. So that's definitely a challenge, but we don't have that challenge everywhere, right? So we have the challenges at many locations, but not every location. And also, I think in terms of previous question, asking us to pause this. Actually, I think we're on the same page. That's why we bring this item to the commission. With the traffic volume picking up, and with the new study on the COVID transmission, we got a lot of requests from folks to go back to the previous setting, right? Because just from the driver's perspective, they approach intersection, they saw the walk lights on, but there's no pedestrians, so they have to wait for quite a long time. So they got pretty upset about it. So I've been getting a lot of calls on that. So I think we need to kind of start looking into that. But as I mentioned, as long as the traffic volume is down, the delay is not that huge. I think we should keep them as long as we can. And I think, I like everyone's suggestion that before we do it, let's do a study of the intersection. We don't have, as you guys all know, we have lots on our plate. We really don't have a lot of resources that we can spend. But I think we should try our best effort before we remove the setting from any intersection. Let's find out whether there's really a good reason for that, and whether we can try everything to keep the COVID setting because for the reasons everyone mentioned, right? We do agree with you on that. I think for most part, we definitely share the same concerns. And also, as mentioned, we actually thinking about making as many of these permanent as possible, with understanding that some of this probably cannot, but I think some of this we probably can, especially for locations that things have changed in the city for the last many years, right? Just for example, like East Washington Avenue, the Cabot East District, it changed a lot. There, both sides of the streets changing from parking lots to high-rise buildings with a lot of more pedestrian activities. It really makes sense for us to look into, maybe it's time to make them to do that, to make them permanent. So I think we're going to try our best to making many of these permanent, and keep the timing for as long as possible for others. We are understanding that we probably have to remove some of them due to especially if we cannot accommodate emergency vehicles, that's a problem. If we cannot accommodate the TSP for buses, that's a problem. And or if we create a very bad operational issues, and sometimes because folks have to wait longer, I think that it's definitely right. When pedestrian has to wait very long, folks just go, right, just don't obey the pass signal. Also, the same thing is true for vehicles. When they have to wait very long and they see no good reasons for it, we saw people running red as well. So I think there's definitely a balance there, as Graham mentioned. But I think for most part, I think we're on the same page, and that's why we instead of just changing them, that's what the easiest thing to do, because we can do that administratively. But we do want that's why we bring the item to the commission, and also provide opportunity for public to provide some input. So I think this is very valuable input. Thank you.
Okay. So it sounds like you're going to put a pause on it and hold off on doing as many of them as you can, potentially make some of them permanent, and look to do studies before removing the recall from an intersection. Did I summarize that correctly, Yang?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, for most intersections, we don't have I don't think we have a huge urgency on moving that, and we want to keep them as long as possible, because we did many of them during COVID, and we know people love them, and but because we start getting lots of phone calls and emails complaining about this, I think we need to start thinking about what's the plan moving forward.
Okay, is this something that you would think that you would want to come? It sounds like it might be a good idea to come back at some point in the future and talk about it again, because it does seem like it involves prioritization of pedestrians and bicyclists, which is one of our goals, and it involves safety, which is also one of our goals. So is it something that we may want to have a report back at some point in the future?
Sure.
In terms of where they are with it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think, we can definitely do that. And actually, we probably want to do that because, there are different opinions from a community, right? So I think, sometimes it put the staff in a really tough situation to make the decision. I think, we probably want a guidance from the commission on that. So that the public knows that this was vested before, in front of the Transportation Commission, and provide a platform for everyone to come to talk about their concerns. From both sides, right? From a pedestrian's perspective, and from driver's perspective, and from other user perspective. I think that's a good thing to do.
Okay.
Yeah, just like the State Street occupancy permit, right? So sometimes it's there are conflicting demands, and we really need your help to help us to make a decision.
Sure. Okay. Other comments at this point? Okay, good discussion, and it sounds like we'll hear more about it again in the future as well. Thank you. Okay, the next item we have is the draft request for proposal. It's item number 9, related to racial equity, bias, and inclusion training. And Tom Wilson is still with us. Baltazar was with us earlier from the Transportation Policy and Planning Board. We had invited the Transportation Policy and Planning Board members, those who aren't already members of the TC, to participate in our discussion on this topic. I would like to entertain a motion to suspend the rules and have the members of the TPPB, which I think, if I'm reading my screen correctly, is just Tom Wilson at this point, be invited to participate in the discussion on this topic. Harold?
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion. Sarah, second. Bridget? Second. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? I'll assume unanimous consent vote. If anybody's opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, thanks. So Tom, you're welcome to join the conversation as you choose. Welcome. And thanks for hanging with us during this long, interesting meeting. Tom Lynch was not able to join us this evening. He's been the prime lead on working on this RFP, although Yang has been very involved, as has Tom Wilson and myself and Baltazar and some others in this initiative from the beginning. So Yang is here as well to help answer any questions. So we've put together a draft RFP. Pardon me, it was also distributed to the Transportation Policy and Planning Board members. So they've been asked to provide feedback via email if they were not able to attend this evening. So what we're looking for from you is, have we captured, we've had a couple of discussions about this, and we tried to capture the challenges that we face both at the Transportation Commission and at the Transportation Policy and Planning Board on these issues. We're interested in having the training, and what we're talking about here is a proposal for 5 1 to 1.5 hour sessions hosted by the Transportation Commission, with members of the Transportation Policy and Planning Board invited to attend as well, to address the main challenges that we have discussed. And unintentional bias, listening challenges, etc., are summarized in the draft RFP. So what are your thoughts about what we have before us? And the timeline is also described as well. Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. I think it's mostly great. It's nice to see movement on this. I had a couple notes on this. I'll just start with one. The intro background, I guess, seems to acknowledge that we're talking about recognizing all kinds of biases, including not just race, but gender and ability and all these things. But the scope of the RFP seems pretty specifically focused on race. So I guess I have a question about, is that the intention, and maybe making that more clear for whoever is going to be responding to the RFP.
Okay, Yang, did you have any? Did you have something else, Chris? Go ahead.
I didn't know if anyone, Tom's not here. So I don't know if anyone wanted to respond to that, but I can just leave it at that. Otherwise.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and I think our hope is to talk about all kinds of bias. I think that a lot of the people who might be responding would be most typically have programs available that deal mainly with race. But Yang, do you have a response to that?
Yeah, actually, that's what I want. Exactly what I want to say. What you just said. I think also keep in mind that we only have resources for a few of these sessions. So we're talking about roughly about 5 sessions. 1 to half an hour, 1.5 hour each. So it's going to be hard to pack a lot of different contents in that. Maybe if the response is the focus is on racial equity, this year. Maybe in the future year, I need to talk to Tom, but maybe in the future year, we can have another training, maybe have a different focus. So, yeah, great question. Great comment.
Yeah, I agree. I think just focusing, at least starting with race will set the stage for folks to think about other things beyond that. So I think that's fine, just as long as it's clear in the RFP. Bridget, did you want to weigh in on that before I ask another question?
Yeah, I guess the only thing I wanted to say is that just to ask if it would be feasible to, in the evaluation of the responses that you received in the solicitation, to create the criteria so that someone who is proposing to be able to address different kinds of diversity and beyond race and cultural diversity could receive more points, at least, even if it isn't directly addressed in the RFP. It could be something that could be considered as a positive in a response.
Okay. Did you have other points, Chris? You mentioned you had a couple.
Yeah, one other sort of bigger one, I guess, is that maybe we've even talked about this before, but it seems like this is a really important exercise that ought to be open to other folks if it doesn't explode the contract too much. I can't imagine it would, but I'm thinking like Plan Commission in particular, where a lot of our decisions end up and then we're not all on the same page. So just opportunities to do that.
Okay, Grant, did you have a comment on that?
Yeah, that was what I was sort of wondering. I'm going to ask as well. And this, I actually even mentioned it at our Task Force on Government Structure Implementation meeting today. I raised it as something. That group had strong recommendations around improving training for all board committee commission members, and this seems like a really critical element to that. So I was also wondering the same thing. Is this like, if this is specifically geared for TC and TPPB, are there broader city plans to have the same thing available for essentially all BCC members? And is there a reason why it couldn't be perhaps delivered in a way that was, especially over Zoom, potentially like any and all BCC members? And
And then it would sort of dovetail with my other question of if the intent was to do 5 times 1.5 sessions, was the thought to like sandwich that in or lay it on top of our existing super packed meetings? And could we maybe consider something different? And, or maybe we could even do like 3 or 4 meetings that were 2 or 2.5 hours instead, like just thinking about that, because I'm a little bit worried about one, stringing it over a longer period of time, having people miss some, and just trying to add an hour and a half into 5 of our meetings is, I think, going to be rough. So is there a format where maybe we could actually just have an overall BCC member training hits on this, and maybe it's like 2 half days, Saturdays or something, or I don't know. Just thinking about that, I think it would be really valuable across the board, and maybe not as part of a TC meeting with other agenda items and public comment, et cetera.
Yeah, that's one of the concerns that I have noted down, because as we can tell, it's almost 9:30 now. And I mean, State Street was a long topic this evening. So good things, some other things got pushed off, but the logistics of it are certainly something we need to talk about. But it's a very, very valid question, and one we talked about before. You brought it up, Grant, and that shouldn't everybody who's on a board, committee, or commission be going through this exact same type of training? So I don't know, Yang, if you want to respond to that, or if do we want to hear what Harold has to say first? Because we don't have time during our meetings. We really don't have time during our meetings to do this.
Yeah, Harold can go first.
What's that?
Harold can go first.
Yeah, go ahead, Harold.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I share some of those questions. And I guess, so is the idea, would this be mandatory training for all the members? Which, I think there's a good reason to make it so, but then, I think then organizationally there's an obligation to make that requirement fulfillable in terms of finding time slots that work for everybody, which, we all know how challenging that can be. And as Grant said, let's do it starting at 9:30 after our regular meeting. I don't think that's a terribly good idea. I did want to react to this question of is this something specific to the TC, TPPB, or is this something that everybody should go through? And maybe this gets back to some of the things that Chris has pointed out, or maybe some of our earlier discussions about this topic, where, many months ago, there was this idea, there are specific ways in which race, ability, status, income, and whatever interact with transportation specifically. And so at some point there was some idea let's get some people who are really knowledgeable about that in, which I think is not what we're looking at here, which is more generally how do racial bias and other forms of bias inform interactions and listening habits, who speaks how long. That seems the more generalizable part. But I think I still see value in the other piece as well. So not losing track of that, or being very explicit in the RFP, or allowing for additional evaluation, whoever's going to do this. If they have any kind of experience with those more transportation focused questions, that might make sense as well.
Okay, Yang, you want to respond to some of what we've heard?
Sure. Yeah. Just so many, really good comments.
Yeah.
I know I think the city, I need to think some more effort that, instead of doing by committee, how about having all the board, committee, commission members attending this kind of training? Actually, for the mayor's management team, the mayor's office and HR put on kind of training session for us. It's just I think about 3 sessions. Even that I found is quite useful. Really talking about some things that we're not thinking about every day, and I think that's very useful. And one of the things that I think one of the piece is very valuable is the discussion of it. smaller group discussion. So I think it's going to be a challenge if there's going to be many people, hundreds of people in the training. The individual participation might not be that great, but maybe with Zoom maybe it's different, right? You can break out people into different rooms. So, maybe Zoom is an advantage for that. I think a few of us kind of talked to some consultants in the field before the RFP was drafted to just get a sense on what's the best way to proceed and what might be the cost. One of the things that we heard is that actually the pricing will depend on the size of the group. So the larger the group, actually gets more expensive because I think they probably have to more trainers in the same session. Because as I mentioned, they're probably thinking about doing small group discussion, make sure everybody is actually participating. So that will actually also impact the cost of training. Regarding the meeting time, I think that's a really good point. We don't want make the meeting too long, right? So I think that's going to be at least for Transportation Commission, it doesn't look like we are short of things to talk about. So many important things are happening, and we have it's challenging to manage the length of the meeting, right? Just because we have to cover so many things. So I think that's something definitely we need to think about when developing the trainings for the commission. I kind of like the idea. Maybe in the future have a out of Foster's suggestion, have a weekend session, really intense session that everyone can attend. I can bring back those comments to Tom as well, and I'm sure we can discuss more.
Yeah, and maybe Yang, if we could have a conference call, maybe with you and Tom and myself. A lot of legitimate concerns and comments, some of which we've had before. The size of the group is, very important from my experience, as I've done a lot of teaching for 30 years. And the more intimate the group, once you get over 30 people or 20 to 30 people, you have a fairly small group where people are willing to participate and discuss. Once you get beyond that, my personal experience is then it's more lecture and you don't have that option unless you split into small groups. So one option might be for us to try this and see how it works for us. And if it does, expand it to other groups. But great feedback. Grant, go ahead.
Yeah, just I guess as a consideration, I think for when this kind of thing works well, and there are these sort of more intimate small group discussions, et cetera, that it sounds like it's the goal. It's also about providing the safe space and allowing people to be vulnerable and to maybe share, their own missteps, et cetera. And I think different people have different levels of comfort doing that generally. And then again, to sort of do this as a public meeting for all of us, I sort of wonder, that doesn't really seem to support that in some ways, and probably for some people. So I don't know, how to work around that in terms of if we're all, for a quorum and we're doing this thing together. But I guess I worry a little bit because, I've done enough of these kinds of things where I think that's really a big part of it, is really getting people to be vulnerable and okay with that sort of thing. And I think there's going to be a fair number of people that might end up being more reserved and more quiet if we're having a publicly citywide broadcast conversation about this.
Yeah, it's a very excellent point, Grant. One I actually hadn't gotten far enough along to think about. But it's similar to what we talked about with the taxi denial appeal subcommittee. having those as part of a public broadcasted meeting, we all agreed that was not something that would be fair to those folks. So Denise, go ahead.
You're muted, Denise.
You're on mute, Denise.
Sorry, I thought I'd unmuted. That would be my recommendation too, having facilitated this kind of training, is to not have it be public viewable, or people are just going to clamp up. So can it be disassociated with the meetings and be set aside time so that it's more private, and then people really can come in and do the work.
Yeah, so we'd have to figure out how we can do that with these public meetings, because as Grant said, if we have a quorum, it's a public meeting. So,
almost in that direction of do it for all BCCs, and you can mix them up so that you don't have quorums of any one body and any one training.
Yeah, that's an option. Well, this is great conversation, and I think we've made a lot of headway by coming up with a proposal, but maybe it'll end up being something that's not just for us, and something that could be used for more BCCs, and potentially set up in such a way that we don't have quorums of any particular groups, so that it could be more private. So Yang, do you think setting up a conference call with Tom, or do you want to maybe just talk with Tom about all of these things that we've talked about, and maybe set up a conference call so we can figure out next steps, or come back to the TC at the next meeting with a revised plan or whatever?
Yeah, will do. Yeah, I'll bring. I'll talk to Tom. Can bring. I noticed many things, so I'll bring. My my notes to him. So for the conference call, what's a time frame, and also, maybe we can work out offline on that.
Yeah, I don't think there's a great urgency. I think the desire is to do it the right way. And I appreciate that Tom has, worked on this, and we all recognized it was going to take some time. But if we take a little bit of a pause and decide to go about it a little bit differently, that's going to be a better result. I think people would be, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think people would be fine with that. Give me thumbs up if you guys are fine with that, because I think, having it, happen the right way is what we're trying to do. So not a sense of urgency, more a sense of making sure we're doing it the right way.
Okay.
Does that work?
The consultants are right now pretty busy anyways. So I think they have lots of work right now, and they really have to fit this our request into their schedule. So
sure. Okay, other comments on this? Okay, thanks so much. Next, Chris or Grant, update on what's going on at the Transportation Policy and Planning Board?
Just some modifications to the BRT terminal locations that folks might be interested in.
I think at our next meeting, we'll be getting an update on the Complete and Green Streets initiative. So that would be one that would be interesting for TC members to tune into. Okay.
That would be excellent. So if, I know, is that one Grant, or all of you from TPPB who are on that, where you think we would want to invite TC members via Zoom?
So
yeah, could you maybe work with Ann on that, Patrick, so that we can try and do that cross work? And Grant, if we can get the TC and TPPB ordinance is amended so that we can attend each other's meetings, that would be super, wouldn't it? And then we don't have to worry about all the logistics of it every time. So I'm kind of excited about that as a possibility down the road. So did you have anything else, Chris or Grant? No? Okay. With regard to the traffic calming subcommittee, we spent the last meeting really talking about what we need to cover in order to complete the report by the middle of July. And we've got budget issues in discussion, project prioritization, spending a lot of time on that, revisiting the level of danger, and for the discussion of the toolbox of solutions, equity in the Safe Streets Madison program. We have some work to do there with short form RESJ, and considering equity in each element of the project as we talk about it. And then, certainly wrapping this all in to our high-level implementation timeline, the priority recommendations, the final report, council resolution, etc. Anybody else who's on the traffic calming subcommittee have anything to add to that? Okay. Announcements. Next meeting is the 28th. We already have a lot on that agenda. So we'll try and push anything that can be pushed off into May. I do want to let you know that we did have an appeal of a denied taxi driver permit. And so I've, as chair, I'm authorized to form a subcommittee, and Ken has agreed to chair that. Yay, he's so experienced at that. And Denise and I are going to be the other two members to serve on that. So Ken will report back at a future meeting once we've had the hearing. Still have 2 vacancies on the TC. I have not seen any movement on that. Justin, Patrick, have you seen any movement on that? I try and watch. I'll have to shoot an email over to the mayor's office to with them as well. In terms of future agenda items, you can see from what we have in Legistar, we have quite a bit on the agenda already, tentatively for the April 28th meeting, with the potential for the closure of the 400 to 600 block of State Street to come back again. Since they wanted to start at May 1st, my guess is they may try and come back on the 28th. Any other agenda items that aren't showing either for the 28th or for future meetings that you want to get on the list? No, if you think of anything after the fact, just shoot Patrick or me an email. And 9:41, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move adjournment.
Motion and a second. I think I heard 2 people speaking there. Did you catch both of those, Patrick, or no?
Second.
Okay, second from Chris. Motion by Grant, second by Chris. Did I get that right? Okay. I'm assuming everybody's in favor of that. If not, please vote no. Please don't vote no. Please don't vote no. Thanks, everybody. Really, really good discussion on all of the topics, particularly on State Street. Thanks, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.